What are you guys looking for, then?
Hey, we don't
Anything
know.
you can make a buck off of.
Look at all the wagons out there. This is our pick.
Whoa.
It would need $3,000.
Well, that's a lot. The box is great. The radio's crap. Since you're a low baller,
That's Mr. Lowballer to you.
Scott, I found the ultimate cigar box for you.
I'm Scott Cousins,
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
and we're pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and barns. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us.
How do you make $2,000 in the antique business? Start with 5.
Yeah, I was gonna... Yikes.
Wow.
Wow. Sheldon and I are very different people. He came up through the auction ranks, where I came up through the collecting ranks.
And that's killer, isn't it?
I'm looking for things that have stood the test of time.
Oh, I love it. I'm not looking for anything that came with a little cardboard box around it.
That's where all the money is. Come on. Oh, I want that. Yeah!
Look at the smile on his face.
I don't really care what anyone thinks about whether I'm buying junk or not. Just sell me your junk bin. We spend a ton of time together. The only thing is that Sheldon is a terrible, terrible driver.
Yeehaw!
I want to stop for coffee before we do that pick. I gotta have my wits about me.
Hey, let me grab the map. Let's plan the day.
Yeah, I'm hungry too. I wonder if the train's running.
This place hasn't changed at all, has it?
There you go, guys.
Thanks.
And we'll head down the Cowboy Trail.
That's a nice drive, actually. We're heading over towards sort of the mining territory, right?
Exactly.
Bellevue.
Yeah, this is virgin territory. Yeah. And then as we go a little bit farther east here, we get into more cowboy country, Western memorabilia.
Nice, too.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
And behave yourself.
Thank
you.
I always do.
It's a beautiful morning in southern Alberta. The skies have opened, the sun is shining, and we've got a pick to be had. But I've got some good news for you.
What's that?
An old family friend, Manny, gave me a call. His parents have now passed away. They're selling the house. He's got some things he wants to sell, including a totem pole.
Wow.
Yeah, big one.
How big?
Too big to put in the house.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Because for every big totem pole, you'll see 500 little totem poles. To have a chance at a big one, that makes me excited.
Not that size matters.
It's not the size, it's how it gets used.
This is us right here. All right.
Oh, there's a totem pole. It's a big one.
Yeah, I'm impressed already.
As soon as I walked up the driveway, I saw the totem pole. And that's big, it's loud, and it's old. You look at it and you say, wow.
How you doing?
That seemed to have caught someone's eye.
Well, it's an interesting thing. Where'd it come from?
It came from around the Banff corridor, Alberta. So my dad was into the native stuff, and
Did he have it made for him, or did you just find it somewhere?
No, he bought it.
When I looked at the totem pole, as soon as I came up the driveway, I said, that's a white man totem pole. It looks not so much carved by a native. You normally don't see Indians in headdresses on Indian totem poles. They had animals. They had the spirit world more so than individuals. It was the weirdest totem pole I have ever seen, and it's a little bit naughty.
It's interesting how the artist has used the knots.
Yeah, I find that quite interesting how they
Appropriately.
use the knots. Yeah.
This was out at their country home, and then when that country home was sold, it brought it here and put it into concrete.
Canadians love totem poles. Native people like them, non-native people like them, collectors like them, decorators like them. I love totem poles.
What's it gonna take for us to walk home with a totem pole here today?
Well, I was thinking in somewhere 750, 800, somewhere in the 750 range. Is that pretty strong?
Well,
That's pretty strong,
Pretty
Scott?
steep.
I know Scott really wants that totem pole.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it's one of those things where if it's a native one, that might not be a bad deal, but I just got my doubts.
Sure.
I can see 350, 400, something
Yeah, I was
like
going
that.
to say 400 too. Would you consider that?
I really want it, but I want to get it for a good price.
Well, like the way I'm looking at it is if I don't sell it, then it's going to have to go with the house, and I'd rather sell it.
I got a guy in mind for it, and I think he's really going to want that totem pole.
So 4 1/4, and you guys could haul it away right now.
We're not leaving without that if I have anything to say about it.
Yeah, 4 1/4.
4 1/4.
Okay.
All right, I want the top
It's
half
gonna
if it
come out
breaks in
easy.
half.
Let's wriggle it a little more. There we go.
Keep going.
There we go.
Keep going.
Oh man.
I think we got her. She's out.
She's out. I think I ripped my shirt.
No,
Yeah.
she's coming in.
There we go.
Well, that's the gamble of the day. I didn't buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
I bought a totem pole.
Hey, thanks again.
Take care.
Close the door
All right.
on this pick.
All right, on to the next one.
I'm driving. Now we've got one of the toughest challenges you'll ever have as a picker, and that's trying to pick from a collector, because they love their stuff. Doran's notorious around these parts for having a ton of stuff, a ton of carriages, Western gear, saddles. I hear he's even got a stagecoach.
Doran could be our kind of guy. I don't know about you, but I'm pumped. Oh yeah, look at all the wagons out there. This is our pick.
I was a little concerned when I rolled up and saw all the stuff. That does not speak to me as somebody that's a seller. Okay, here we are. Biggest challenge with dealing with people that are collectors is they almost always buy at a higher price. They don't like to sell, and when they do, they want top dollar for everything they sell.
I'm Sheldon.
Doran, this is my wife, Tara.
Hi, Tara. How are you doing?
So do people see you from the highway?
Oh, yes, we get a few coming in saying, just wondered if you had a wagon wheel for sale.
Yeah. And what do you say?
No. She always says that my funeral's gonna be at 11 and the auction will be at 2. I might as well take you where it all began. My mom was kind of a collector, you know. She never threw anything away. Maybe it gets in your blood that way, I'm not sure.
It's certainly gotten in your blood.
There's 385 tons of wagon stuff in here. All my parts are numbered. I know where everything is.
Is that right? So do people bring these to you, or do you
I get
you
people
go hunt for them?
bringing them to me. I was kind of a bad boy for a while. There wasn't an auction sale that I wasn't scanning and looking for wagon parts. And now I look at it and say, why did I do all of this?
Let's see some of the other collections. Whoa! When he opened the doors to those carriages, wow, that looks like an old stagecoach.
Yeehaw.
I immediately fixated on the old West-style carriage. That I love. Wow, this is great.
You always want to be the driver, right, Scott? I got to ask you about the hearse.
So we've used this for quite a few funerals. And we used it for my father. And this is the nicest riding vehicle we have, which makes no sense. Like, folks are...
It's the final ride. It might as well be a
but
good one.
I mean, it's not quite for sale yet, but...
Well, I'm not ready to go in it either.
We're here to pick. We want to find some stuff we can buy and sell.
Come on in.
I've always loved anything that has anything to do with advertising. Looking for stuff with really interesting graphics and optics on it. What about the axle grease tin?
Well,
They've got that nice carriage wheel. They've got little Art Nouveau borders around them. Well, give me a sense as to what you'd like.
well, let's walk.
Okay.
This one you wouldn't part with.
No.
Nice gauntlets.
Yeah.
Would you part with them?
And this looks like an axe. You know what? It's got a good look to it.
Well,
What would you want to get out of that one? That's interesting.
that's deer hooves.
Yeah. Give us a price.
What is it?
It's a hide scraper, and it's not for sale.
Okay.
Sorry.
Doran's a great guy, but he's just not ready to sell. Now, what would you want for that?
Well, you know, That's a Royal Crown.
How about a bottle of Crown Royal?
Well, that'd start for lubricating me to make a deal.
I had this in mint condition.
Yeah, and it's $400.
Yeah.
As it is, it's $5.
Um,
If Doran wants to sell it,
no. For $5, I'll leave it hanging on the wall.
I figured you'd say that.
Now, there's probably a lot of people that said, why didn't he sell that?
What would you want for the ladies and men's signs?
Oh.
You can't be thinking that hard about it. I mean, they are just signs.
The
for a
first thing I
washroom.
have to think about is parting with it. The second thing I think about is how
You're
much.
having a little bit of
Well,
parting
You guys have to
difficulties.
understand that I rarely sell stuff. When you collect that item, you're not thinking about selling it. You're thinking about keeping it. And I'm not sure when that time kicks in where it's now time to start parting with all this stuff.
Let's get her going. Let's
Yeah.
initiate it. And,
You don't have a problem with that, do you?
Not a problem at all. I know where the bathroom is.
But my wife suggests it needs to be soon.
$5 each is what I'd offer on.
Deal.
all right?
Well, we got to start the day somewhere.
Okay.
There we go.
That's the hardest part, is getting the start.
Yeah.
More than anything else, I bought those signs just to get them going.
What about the transit case there?
That's kind of neat.
Is the transit in it?
No. Is fitted to hold a transit. So those guys you see doing the leveling at the side of the road, that's the specialty box that would hold a scientific instrument inside. We'll leave you the contents.
Okay.
It's a package deal.
Well, Tara was a real benefit to us because Tara is the one that in the background is giving him the eye signals that says, move it along. Because otherwise, I don't think he'd move anything.
Hit us with your best shot, Doran.
Oh, the bottom's a little rough on it.
Yep, well, I've handled transit boxes before. Stripped down, they look pretty good, nice oil job. Not gonna get rich on that.
$5.
Done. Let's keep the ball rolling. Or,
Interested in selling them?
Sure.
$5. Got a deal?
$5, we have a deal.
Perfect. What's the story, Doran, on the little Indian head? What would you want for that?
You tell me what
But you want me to be buyer and seller?
Cast aluminum.
Obviously, it's screwed onto the side of something, but what is the question?
yeah, good question.
That's what I've always been trying to figure out.
But it is a neat thing. It'll look good on a wall.
What would you want for something like that?
Oh, probably $60.
Oh! I was gonna say 20.
Okay, well, you can come back to my funeral auction.
From my perspective, he just wanted too much for that Indian head.
Would you say 30?
No.
He's hard.
Yeah.
But the problem for me was I liked it. So where are we going?
We got a little room to move.
Well, what if I move down to 50?
Scott spotted that branding iron.
I didn't see this the first time.
Hey,
It's got an S in it.
and that's our logo. We'll just strike it twice. Bingo!
What are you looking for on this?
Well, that's pretty special initial.
It wasn't till a couple minutes ago. How about, tell you what, 55 for the pair.
Done deal.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Just when we thought we saw it all,
This is my tack shed here. I've accumulated some leather goods.
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Wow, have you ever? First thing you see when you walk in that tack shed is all that stuff.
This is just kind of everything and anything. I've got an old-timer Great West. This is a one that is really comfortable. A guy can do a lot of miles on that.
That saddle was unbelievable. You don't see Northwest Territories saddles very often for Alberta. Great maker, Great West Saddlery.
Just don't find the old high backs.
It had been reconditioned a little bit.
With the original tools, though, which is great.
Yeah,
With the original stamp.
fantastic.
Is that something that you'd be interested in moving?
I would part with it, but it would take some,
Crown Royal?
a lot. Probably shares in the company.
So what are you talking?
Well, a saddle like that, if I was to say goodbye to that today, it would need $3,000.
Well, that's a lot. I'll give you that much.
Yeah?
Well, the problem for us, Doran, that's a good price on it if you're a collector, but for us to make some money on it.
You know it's here.
Now, I noticed over there you've got a bridle. Now that I know him a little bit, I'm looking for things that aren't up front, things that are sort of in a box or hidden behind, because then that tells me he's maybe not that attached to it. There's 3 of them with the pimpy ones.
The pimpy ones.
Let's see if we can do a ballpark price.
You want to do a package deal?
Package deal.
Oh, this has got a dog.
Man, Doran, you got too much tact.
Oh, this has got a deer.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, 125?
$100, you got a deal.
Well, okay, we'll do that. You visited the tack room, there you go.
Hey, Doran, what about that boot jack? I'm gonna use it.
Make me an offer.
How's 30 bucks?
Sold.
Done. Well, I'll be taking my boots off with that boot jack, and I'll think of Scott and Doran and Tara every time I do.
We'll see if we can find you some other goodies.
Would that be up for grabs?
That's my Dempster horse. You know what those are? The weights off of the old Dempster windmills.
Ooh,
And they made horses, they made a rooster.
So where would they date from?
Oh, 1920s or earlier. So there's not a lot of those around. They did become windmill targets. You can see the bullet hole in through the, look at the bullet holes. See, they'd put rocks in those for weight, eh? And if they hit the horse with a high-powered rifle, it would just shatter it.
So what would you want for that?
Those are pretty collectible. That's Canadiana history, well, actually prairie history. I'd have to have 4.5.
That's a tempting thing. It's a great looking thing.
That is a good one, isn't it?
That seems a bit steep. See, I could do 300 on it.
Why don't we go to... That's an original cast iron Dempster, bullet holes. Three and a half.
3.5?
3.5 done.
Okay, that's another deal.
We did get some stuff, and if it hadn't been for that horse, I would have been a little disappointed. But that sort of helped me make this pick worthwhile.
Here.
There we go.
It's been entertaining.
You know, it's a tough call what we're going to get for it. I think, though, that it's a quality item. Perfect. And I'll get another one from here just so we can get the size of it.
I think we'll find a buyer for that. We'll have to do some phone calls, maybe see if we can get it appraised.
Perfect.
That'll do it. Let's load her up. What about a hood ornament? Pop it on top of the box here.
Hey, Sheldon. Should have checked that a little closer. There's not much left at the bottom of that box.
Oh, yeah. What do you expect for $5, Scott? I think I almost paid $5 for coffee this morning, so I can't go too far wrong. So this has been real fun.
The time with Sheldon and Scott, they wanted to wander through buildings and rummage through boxes. It's like quality time.
Away we go.
That's one of the best private collections I've encountered for a long time, and that was worth seeing and making the stop and the trip just to see that.
See you later.
We've got another pick to go to, so we've got some room in the truck. It's getting a little confusing here.
You're the navigator. Doran suggested we stop in and see Elaine. He's got really cool 50s things and some radios. It's always my hope to find a beautiful radio in somebody's possession. We've only got a bit of time to deal with Elaine because he's shutting down, the light's going. So this is going to be a speed pick.
Whoa, Scott. Scott, easy, buddy.
Just navigate, don't talk. The only thing I'm worried about is that horse, because if it tipped over and hit hard, we might lose our biggest investment there. The only problem with what Doran told us about Elaine is Elaine's a picker.
I have this church here, and I figure, well, I can use it for my storage for now, for my picking. And you never have enough room. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, it's tough to pick from a collector. It's really tough to pick from a picker.
I'm thinking it's that church right, what used to be a church.
Oh, here. Well, let's see what we can get.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
I've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So the place is a bit of a mess.
Hey, we like it messy.
Wow, there's some old stuff in here.
I've been a picker all my life. What I collect the most is antique building material. It's from Alberta.
Wow.
I love taking apart old farmhouse for the lumber, for the molding, the baseboard, the doors, fireplace, mantles.
Scott knows what he's looking for. He's a pro. He knows his radios, and if there's a good one to be had, he'll find it. Oh, man, I'd like to buy something.
Well, that's why I'm looking quickly here. We don't have much time.
What are you guys looking for, though?
Oh, you know,
Hey, we don't
anything
know.
you can make a buck off of.
There is a technique that when we go in to buy, we don't necessarily zero in and tip our hand that a certain item is the primo item of the whole sale.
Strategically, I didn't express too much interest in those radios, but I didn't want one of the better things to be the first deal.
Pair of cowboy boot lamps.
Look at that Calgary Stampede wallpaper.
Never seen that before.
I'm guessing this paper is 50s, 40s?
Yeah, 40s it looks like to me. Huh, fantastic.
That's a pity.
There's more stuff over here, eh?
Well, let's look. Holy smokes, there's some light fixtures in here. Let me just peek around the corner here.
That's a great lamp base. Elaine, what would you need for that?
20.
20 bucks?
Yeah.
Sold.
Your partner bought something.
Yeah.
He did?
I broke the ice.
Is the van empty?
That would be telling.
You'd love to fill our van up, wouldn't you? Elaine is just like us. He likes history. He'll buy and sell anything and turn it over at a profit.
If he's got a good thing, he wants a good dollar for it. What are you looking to get out of the box of tins?
Why don't you make me an offer for the whole box?
I would go 20 on the 3.
Come on, that's too low. Look at this peanut one.
You see, it's the boring one, though, right?
You guys are lowballing me.
What do you expect? We're trying to make some money on it. He's starting high, and I'm lowballing him every time. And then he gives me this look like he's just offended by my offer. It's the dance you have to do sometimes. So I'm going to look around and see what else you got. Let's see. That's an old store tin, but unfortunately, it's really rough. This would be from the 1920s or so, probably, this tin. So what would you want for that tin in that condition?
Okay, since you're a low baller,
That's Mr. Lowballer to you.
Mr. Low Baller.
Yeah?
Yeah. I probably paid 25 for it.
You did not.
Well, you know, you can't expect to find them always mint, you know?
He does the dance just for fun. Okay, now, are these radios?
No, those are my income tax.
Oh, you said you had
Scott was
boxes?
like looking for stuff they can flip quickly, which is okay with me. I do the same.
You know Scott's interested in radios.
Radios?
Yeah.
I got about 200 radios.
200? Where are they?
I got boxes and boxes of them.
You have boxes and boxes of them.
Like this towel,
Oh, yeah,
I have more in here. For a while, I was buying any radios. If it was $10, I would buy it. As long as it's got color, plastic, and it looks good on the shelf.
Yeah. Hey, Scott, here's a Marconi. It's colorful, and it's Canadian.
Yeah, that's a nice one. I like that. That's called Beetle. I was pumped when I saw them, and then every box I opened, there was more radios and better radios. The best thing I've ever bought is at a garage sale, and there was a radio. I paid 40 bucks for it. It's probably worth 1,400 bucks. You got some neat radios, though, here. So what? You never did give me the price per radio.
Well, it's kind of, they're all different, right?
Why?
But,
Why are they different?
that's hot. That's a hot radio. Look at the color on there.
It's black.
Motorola.
Black isn't a color. He's trying to build these things up like they're Fabergé Easter eggs. And I'm trying to beat them down like they're something that was dug out of the ground.
They call that beetle.
Beetle.
Beetle plastic.
It's got to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cracks in it.
Come on.
We both know what they are, and we both know what they're worth, and we're gonna get there. How much do you want for these little stand-ups?
These one be 50.
15?
50.
50?
50.
50? When you're dealing with a guy like Elaine who loves the game as much as he loves the stuff, it's all about sort of just positioning yourself.
Look at that.
I can't sell those for 50 bucks. How much for the little guy?
That's the colors that people want. That's 40 bucks. I know, but
But you're charging me retail.
He's a member of the Pickers Union. you got to give a fellow member a break.
See, you got a lot of radios here that I like,
that's another one.
but the problem is I got to be able to make money on
I
it.
know.
Is this the Old Man River?
You're the first person I meet that likes this kind of stuff.
I love this picture. How's 10?
Because I like you, I'll give it to you for 10. Because, you know, you
Does that
really...
mean you don't like me?
Thank you very much.
Ho, 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 ho. Look at this baby here.
Unfortunately, this part of it's toast, right?
It's too bad I have a Catalan one here.
Do you? Let's find it. I'll wait. With rare exception, a Catalan radio is the top of the heap with respect to radios. They start at a couple $100 and they go up to $25,000, $35,000. Let's find that Catalan, because I don't mind paying a good dollar for a good radio.
The Catalan that I have is just a little small. It's called a Totem.
I want it. There's Tom Thumbs and there's Tom Thumb. The way he's describing it, that's a really expensive radio.
You're very persistent.
But it's, oh yeah, it's a different Tom Thumb. So what would you want for that one? Because it's not the one I was thinking of.
$50.
I'm not going to offer that. So Elaine, what I'd like to do if I could is I'd like to grab a bunch of radios,
Okay.
put them aside, show you which ones I want, and make you an offer on them.
It's two guys that really know what they're doing, battling it out.
This one he is gonna have to pay. I paid 70 for that one.
I stepped aside and let them do their thing, but I love watching Scott in action.
Play ball! And it's a nice hit into left field.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Something's missing.
Ooh, this is a hot one.
Look at the ding there. Beautiful radio, but broken.
He's rounding first and going on.
One time was selling at 10 grand on eBay.
Yeah, but that was the TR-55.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
What about that Sony there?
No, it's got a big chunk out of the bottom of it.
Could clean up well.
Like, who, what are you, dreaming?
He's clean past second base. Unbelievable.
Some of these are $10 radios, as you know. Like that one, I mean, come on. It's white, it's chipped. These ones are not exactly the most attractive radio you've ever seen. You got to admit that.
The one I'm most keen about is that pal here.
Well,
that's a good radio. It's in
The
bad
box
shape.
is great,
Yeah.
the radio's crap.
He's rounding third. It looks like he's going to go for it.
Okay, 32 radios, what are we talking?
Well, that's gonna be hard.
It's too much.
I haven't said a number.
And here he comes.
Let's talk a ballpark number. I'm trying to make money on this,
Yeah.
right? And you're gonna be mad at me when I say this, but I'm gonna say 400 bucks.
400 bucks.
Yeah, I told you were gonna be
Yeah.
mad at me. It's gonna take you 6 months to make more than 400 bucks on these things.
Holy cow, I think he's going to make it.
I tell you, I'll go 500. Or I'll keep these ones and I'll sell it even cheaper.
You picked the best one.
He's sliding, and he's...
So, 450, final offer.
Sold.
Okay.
It's a home run.
We gotta do it.
Unbelievable.
Ultimately, we hammered him down at 450, which we thought was a really good price, particularly where he started from. Last load.
Sun's going down.
Sun's going down. I'll take that. We had a great time. We shook hands, smiled. It was
Nice
fun
doing
doing business.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
That was some speed picking.
Faster than I like. Got to do what you do, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully, we won't find too many nicks. Hopefully, it won't look like the bottom of your box that you bought today.
You want to just keep reminding me of that one, don't you?
I know you will when it happens to me. I'm dying to know what those radios are worth. Why don't we give Lauren a call? I've known Lauren for 20 plus years, and Lauren knows pretty much everything there is to know about 50s stuff, retro stuff, and he specializes in radios. I took a couple of pictures. I was pretty sure that we got a good buy on those radios, but I wanted to call Lauren just to make sure. Can you hear me, Lauren?
Yes, sir.
Did you get those pictures of those radios I sent you?
I did. Pretty interesting little collection.
Well, I'm hoping when the dust settles on the radios that we're gonna double out on those for sure. There's a bunch of stuff there. Can you give me an idea?
That little green Marconi?
Yeah?
It's actually green bakelite, probably about $2.50.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, wow.
What about the little Tom Thumb? How's that?
That's not a bad little radio and flow. Got to be worth about $100.
Beautiful. I'm pretty happy with that. Can you give me an idea, sort of what you think that we might be able to get for those radios?
I was kind of looking at maybe about $850, $900 retail for the whole thing.
Well, that's pretty good news.
Hey, thanks a lot, Lauren. Hey, fantastic.
That sure takes the sting out of the $100 gas bill we just encountered. We're heading to Bellevue. This area of southern Alberta around the Crow's Nest Pass is famous for its ghost towns. So we're going to see some interesting things, I think, today. We've got a pick to be had. We've been contacted by a lady by the name of Bernie. She's got a local history museum, all sorts of mining things from some of the ghost towns around the area. She's moving to the city and wants to sell the whole museum.
Do you know if she sold anything off before we got here?
Apparently not. I think the museum's pretty much intact the way it's been for 35, 40 years.
Wow.
This is Bernie's.
It's got a real local flavor to it, and we're going to go in there and see what interests us and see if we can strike up a deal with Bernie.
Hi.
Hey, good morning.
How are
Good
you?
morning.
Scott, how are
Hi,
you?
Scott. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Bernie.
Hi, Sheldon. Ready to see some antiques?
We sure are.
We've got quite the collection. My family came here from Italy in 1901. There was 9 children in the family, 3 uncles, grandfathers, and grandmothers, but 95% of the family mined, so we just had a lot of that stuff handed down. Okay, so this used to be our old chicken coop. You watch your step here. The floor
That's a
caved
big
in.
drop, isn't
That
it?
is a big drop. And we'll start in this room probably.
Okay.
Wow. You walk into that first room in the museum, and it hits you. Hard to know where to start. It's just wall-to-wall bottles. Beer bottles, pop bottles, stoneware bottles, you name it.
We had miners and seamstresses and carpenters in the family, so everybody brought a little bit of everything.
Right.
So is everything up for grabs, Bernie, or will you?
Eventually, the collection will probably all go because I can't move it to where I'm going to relocate. I'd like to sell it to someone that'll appreciate it as much as I do.
Yeah, pull some things out that interest us, and away we go. For somebody that wants to move as much merchandise as possible, the best way to approach this kind of a pick is to group the merchandise together and try and work on one lump sum. Hopefully the lump is enough to close the deal. The seltzer bottle, it's the Lethbridge Brewery. Yeah. Hey, Scott, this looks like my last year of high school.
Yeah, exactly.
Right down to
Right
that
down
guy.
to Uncle Ben's, yeah. Do you have any idea where any of this stuff came from?
Most of the bottles were dug up from underground, either in Lille and Passburg.
Yeah, Lil don't exist no more.
It doesn't exist. It was an old mining town.
The mine closed down. The mining company sold off the homes. In fact, Bernie's home is a former house that was moved off-site.
A lot of this stuff was left underground, and my father and my uncle dug it up. They
Right.
were treasure hunters. They used to go out on weekends and stuff with their little backpacks and their shovels and their picks.
There are several ghost towns in this area, former mine sites, and as a collection of ghost towns, it's very unique, and I'm sensing that we're going to find a little bit from each one.
It looks like a canteen to me.
Canteens for the miners.
That's a good old one. Canteens are kind of interesting because they're usually not a mass-produced item. They're hand-tinkered. They're pretty unique. They sure show their age.
This was dug up, I think, because I
Yeah,
think
it's
the top's
fused-
actually fused.
Fused right on there.
Yeah. There are people that will decorate their house,
Yes.
and they'll just put old beat-up stuff
Yeah.
like that. Are those cannons?
Those are bocce balls.
Oh, bocce balls. Like an old bocce
Yeah.
ball.
From the old country.
Yeah.
Wow. Do I go with my cowboy hat?
I think you need those on the road, Scott.
This is a good mining helmet.
Do you know whose hat this was?
That was probably a great uncle's.
Yeah.
Just see if that works for you. If we put a little light on it for the next pick.
Well, we can always fall back on mining, because this picking thing sometimes is more difficult than you think.
This is my other room.
I love the photos.
Lots of photos. There's a photograph of Frank Slide before it fell there.
Oh, here's Turtle Mountain before the slide. part with that?
No, I'm hanging on to that.
Okay, I can't say I blame you, Bernie.
You don't see too many photos of that mountain when it's in one piece. She had a couple photos we would have liked to have, but she wasn't giving them up.
Yeah.
Is it a sentimental thing, or is it a question of you'd have to get the right price for it?
No, it's really, really rare. Like, I haven't seen it anywhere around the Crow's Nest Pass, a picture of the Frank slide before it fell.
What about the picture of your grandfather? Is that a keeper? for
Yeah.
you?
And
When you
you-
see something good, you gotta ask,
Yeah.
right?
What about this mine here?
That was the Mohawk tipple.
The Mohawk Temple.
Yeah, that's the one my uncle worked at, my grandfather worked at.
Would you part with that one?
Yeah, I have a lot of those.
Okay, good.
It looks like these are dog tags.
Yeah, they're dog tags from the miners. So miners.
Oh, they're
all were
miners'
given
tags.
Tags. So when they went in, if they found the bodies and that, they know who was in there.
Right. Sadly, this area has a history of mining disasters.
Yeah, they used in the mine. They stick it in walls of the
Yeah.
mine.
Oh, right. Can I add that to the...
Yeah, you can have that.
All right. I love all the pieces of local history.
Bernie, what about these old ginger beer bottles? Are they
Yeah, they're up for
available?
grabs.
This one, you can tell this one's been dug up, right?
Yeah.
Well, ginger beer bottles are around early part of the 20th century, and essentially that's what people drank. The interesting part is that because this is a railway town, you're gonna find them dug up because people used to ride on the railway, they'd drink their ginger beer bottle at about a half mile out of town, they'd pitch it out the railway car. So you usually find them all in the same place.
I think we might have to do something unusual, and that's maybe sell things as a grouping. Sell the story.
So now this is interesting because the color's great.
That's a beauty.
The longer a bottle stays in the sun, if it's got some manganese or some metal in it, it will turn color. There's one. Boring, horrible sealer, but it's
the
turning purple.
color
so it's
is
nice.
beautiful. It's a gem.
Because they were turning color, somebody will want those because you can sit them up in a window, the light comes through them, and they look beautiful. Do you know what they're doing now with these things? They're taking regular glass, running it through an MRI, and it turns it purple.
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy.
But this one would be flint in the glass.
Oh, there's no question
Yeah,
that.
Mother Nature did this one.
Oh, there's the beaver sealer. That's not a bad one. As we all know, the beaver sealers, they used them to pickle products, right?
Right.
Those beaver sealers are sort of an iconic Canadian sealer.
They're all over the place, and there's millions of them, and most of them are worth very little, but some of them are worth more, and the beaver ones are worth more because I got the image of the beaver on it.
Right.
I just wish she had the one that went the other way.
Yeah, that makes a big difference to some collectors, which way the beaver's facing, and sure enough, the beavers that we found, they're facing the wrong direction. It's always the other way, right?
It's always the other way.
Yeah.
No matter which one I find, it's always the wrong one. Now let's check out that other shed over there.
Wow. Hey, watch yourself, Scotty. Bernie, there's two of these. Would you part with them?
Sure. Their eyes light up when they found a treasure. It was like a little kid in a toy store.
Scott, look at this. I used to play with this exact same. Hey, this is my glove. I got a little connection to the Lethbridge Brewing and Malting Company.
I'm sure that's because you drank so much when you were a kid. Do you have Prince Albert in a can? Well, if you do, you better let him out.
You love a good graphic, don't you?
I do. Whew. Something smells.
Yeah. Well, that's pickings, Scott. You use all your senses, right? What's the life expectancy of a picker?
It depends if you're picking with me or not.
Hey, Scott, I found the ultimate cigar box for you.
I wasn't sure if you were talking about personality or
Yes, exactly.
handmade from long fillers.
I think that's a keeper. Bernie, I noticed a couple of buffalo skulls.
Hopefully there's no black widows inside these things. And those were two nice buffalo skulls, and Bernie told us they'd been dug up in the Crow's Nest River, not far from here.
This part of Alberta, the buffalo migrations used to go right through here. And so it's not unusual to find bones and skulls, but these two were both intact. They showed their age, they were weathered. I think my bison's older than yours, Scott. They used to be plentiful, and now they're scarce, and there's a little bit of market value to them. So, Bernie, I think Scott and I should probably compare notes and come up with some sort of offer for you.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, Bernie.
Leave and leave you guys talk.
I'm a little concerned about this pick because there's a lot of stuff in here that I wouldn't normally take. But she's a nice lady, and I don't really want to take a beating on this stuff. I would have normally picked 5 or 6 items out and left the rest. But we were trying to put a package deal together because we knew Bernie wanted to move a lot of stuff, and we would get a better deal if we took more stuff. Well, I think what we should do is this. I'm gonna go up there, and I'm gonna give my scan of it. I'm gonna sort of price it up in my head.
Hey, I'll
You
do
the same.
I'll do the same.
Then we'll take a couple of minutes, talk about it, see how close we are, and if our numbers are close, we'll go in and try and do the deal, okay?
Yeah.
My way of doing it's a little different than Sheldon's, is I look and I pick the 5 or 6 or 10 best things that I see that I can sell at retail, and if that gets me my money back, the rest is the profit.
I'm thinking about what I would allow for each piece. I'm not going to get hurt on each piece, and add it up in my mind. And then I usually round it off to the upside, and then we start negotiating from there.
Quick sell.
Yeah.
They're not gonna make a lot of money off them, but they're a quick sell.
Nothing is really valuable, but priced right, should be able to turn it over quickly.
So now that we've scoped it out, what's your price?
No, you go first.
I don't want to go first because I'm always lower than you.
No, you go first. Go on.
Okay, well, 325 is my number.
Oh, I was going to say 350. Huh. It was generous enough that we weren't insulting Bernie. There's some real treasures in here, and then there's, you know, a few bits and pieces that probably don't have a lot of value, but they're interesting.
Interest.
Yeah. We came up with a number that worked for both of us, and the number was $325 for this bundle here. How does that sound for you?
That sounds good. How about 350?
Oh. See, that was the mistake we made. We didn't start low.
Yeah. No, I think actually that sounds very fair. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
It's a deal.
Okay,
Got
thanks,
ourselves
Bernie.
a deal.
Thanks.
And there's probably another $300 or $400 in there, but it's going to take us a long time to make that.
You got to double your money just to pay for the gas bill and make it make sense.
Bernie?
It's been a
It's
pleasure.
been a pleasure. It was great.
You take care.
You too.
I love being here. I love meeting Bernie. Just a lovely person. And you know what? We got some things that we can make some money on.
It was a really good day. I'm glad they came. It was nice to see someone appreciate the stuff as much as me.
It's been a great day because it's been a long time since I've been in southern Alberta.
That was really good. Just the history of it, you know, the museum and the chicken coop, all those little ghost towns and bottles. If we could hit a pick like that right across Canada, that'd be a lot of fun.
We may be historians by the end of it. Before we get some gas, I'm going to give Jerry a call to see if he can tell us anything about that Dempster windmill weight. 3.5?
3.5 done.
Jerry Frost is a guy that I've known for years. He's probably the most experienced dealer in Alberta on country store collectibles, and I knew he'd be able to find out exactly what it was worth so that we can find out whether we made any money on it or not. What do you think?
I think it's wonderful. I haven't seen one that's complete like that. I've only ever seen the horse. I've never seen the bottom part ever on one. I think it's great.
And this one, fortunately, the guy was a bad shot. He never got the horse.
Bullet holes always make things interesting as long as they don't take away from how it looks. When you get into a place like cowboy country, that stuff's way more popular.
Now, here's the magic question. What's it worth?
What's it worth? I have the feeling, looking at that, I figure $650 anyway, Scott, and possibly more, you know, in the right area.
Thanks a lot for your help.
Hey, take care.
Bye.
Hey, well, that's all right.
It was rare, it was desirable, and he even sounded like he might want it. Overall, I quite enjoyed that.
You sure do drive slowly. What part of a speed limit don't you understand?
It's precious cargo in the back.
But it's early, so I'll cut you a little slack, but
Okay, well,
geez,
take the wheel then.
no, gee.
This Bad Lads is incredible. Holy smokes, it's a 3-seater.
What are you guys doing rooting around in my shed here?
How much would it take for you to lose your marbles? Yeah! Tell me what you'd want for everything.
$75,000.
Whoa!
Step back in time. I love it. The strategy was go for the throat.
You guys want to go to the suicide shed?
Watch yourself here, Shell. Oh, I want that. Please?
I don't think so.
I'm Scott Cousins,
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
and we're pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and barns. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us.
It's a beautiful morning. We've got a pick to be had.
Straight north of Calgary and Wetaskiwin.
Looking forward to meeting Stan Reynolds.
I am, too. Yeah, he's been around for a long time in this part of the province. Stan Reynolds has been a legend in this part for a bunch of years. He's been a big collector of automobilia, pretty much anything that moves, airplanes, military, and he's got a great museum. I heard that he's having a bit of a fire sale on some stuff because he sold the property and he's got to move, so that could be good.
Hey, look at the sign.
Well, there goes Stan Reynolds.
Must be the place. Wow. Look at this place.
That's unbelievable. Look at the old buildings. Looks like he's got some old outbuildings that he's had transported to here.
These are like airport hangars.
Yeah, really. Yeah, great Art Deco sign.
Let's go meet Mr. Reynolds.
Stan, how are you?
Well, I'm still alive.
Good to meet you. Scott Cousins. Stan Reynolds had an antique store for years and years in Wetaskiwin.
I started collecting in about 1948.
And the rest is history.
Stan's son wanted to clear the property. They allowed the museum to come through and take anything they needed, and everything else was up for grabs and priced.
Okay, so you guys want to go?
Yeah, we better go check it out. We met Mark, who's essentially his right-hand man. He asked if Mark could walk us around and gave Mark the authority to deal on anything we wanted to buy. Well, look at the cars, Sheldon. It's like a graveyard of cars.
Don't get started now.
I got to take a quick look at that. Wow. With rare exception, the majority of the cars were late 40s, early 50s models.
Wasn't the Hudson a classic in her day? You ever seen anything like this, Scott?
I can honestly say I have never seen anything like this.
Yeah, Stan's a self-made man, and he was a Royal Canadian Air Force pilot during the war. And after the war, when he'd fly over this area, he'd spot carcasses. It might be old farm implements, it might be automobiles, things that he went and salvaged and turned that into just a major collection. Brilliant when you think about it.
Yeah, although, holy smokes. See, that's what I want. Got the great fin on the back of it. Hey, can I get in there and take some hood ornaments off those?
I don't think so.
No? When you make them into an ornament that's on a wood block or something, I've sold those for good money. Looks like it's an Indian head. Oh, I want that. Please?
You can buy the whole car, probably around 200.
How about 10 bucks for the car? I'll take the ornament and leave the rest.
10 bucks for the car, 190 for the ornament.
Ah, you're killing me.
I love when Scott gets into a pick.
Sheldon, look at this. This is hilarious.
Oh,
it's like
isn't
a
that
conquistador.
beautiful? I sort of feed off of him.
Now, I have to say, I've never seen a conquistador hood ornament. I'm thinking if I can figure out enough of these, we might have to make an offer on the cars and just take the hood ornaments and leave the rest.
Oh, no.
Man, I love these hood ornaments. I guess we better go back in the direction we were going.
This is incredible, though, isn't it?
Well, it's an awful big shed. There must be some stuff in there.
Oh, a couple things.
Yeah?
Here it is.
Wow. Yeah, I think I'll take a walk down here.
All right.
Yep, and I'll cover the next aisle.
It was interesting when I started looking in the cases. Two things struck me. One, that there was some pretty interesting things, but the prices were outrageously high.
Boy, even I'm shocked at that price.
And if you were shocked at that one, you're going to be shocked at this one, too. And two, there were a lot of empty spaces. I get that feeling that we're not the first person in here. Not even the fifth person in here.
We were about the 15,000th people through there.
Yeah, lots of things have been sold out of here.
Yep. You see, you've got some hood ornaments. The ones I'm looking for are the old Pontiac ones with the Indian heads on them.
They went fast here.
These wrenches here, I'm looking for ones that have Harley Davidson or Indian or
No, those
Case.
would have already been sold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything that wasn't outrageously priced, had been sold. The spear, it looks like it's got some age to it.
We were looking at the leftovers, and I could see why a lot of them were leftovers.
It's got 165. I don't, I mean, it's a neat thing. It's an interesting thing, but
They had goofy prices on them,
I could see us getting 75 out of that.
which means we offer 25.
Well, or maybe 30.
Like, I'd have to have more than that.
There's been a lot of people through here, and it's still here. We're here to buy if you want to sell.
It's getting older as it goes, right?
Yeah, and I'll be dead before it sells. What we're gonna do, I think, on some of these things that we still think you're too high on is we're gonna put a package together, and then maybe we're gonna try and do a bulk deal at the end with some of them, okay?
All right.
I'm not interested in any of this stuff at the prices that you've got on them. Buttons, military cap badges, all priced between $7.50 and $20 an item. But if you were to give me a blow-me-out lot price on all of them, so cheap I can't refuse it, I might not refuse it.
Like $1 a piece?
There had to be $1,000 worth of stuff at his prices, 40 bucks for all of them.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, perfect, good. I'm feeling better now. Once I made the deal on all those pins and cap badges and buttons, I was feeling pretty good.
Is that a powder horn?
Well, it could be. I'm not really sure if they're powder.
The strategy was go for the throat, quite frankly. Would you say 60 for the two of them?
Yep, that I can do.
What about these two powder horns? Could we say 60 on these two?
I could do 60 on those two.
Done.
Yep.
This old saddle maker's tree, what would you need for that?
Oh, 30 bucks.
I'm happy to say I was vicious. 30 bucks is fair. Let's say sold.
Okay.
All right? Perfect.
It seems like you got quantity on these scrapers. That's what that is, isn't it, Sheldon? It's a hide scraper?
Exactly. Sort of thing I'd say 15 bucks on.
Yeah.
I'd have to go 30 though.
I can't do that. Oh, another one of those scrapers right there. That looks to me like a better scraper.
That one I'd take a stab at 15.
Oh, you stabbed me all right.
Yeah.
If you want to be really generous, Scott, I would say 50 for the two.
I don't want to be really generous. I want to make money.
I can't do that much. For both of them, 80 bucks.
Is that your best price, or is that your...
That is just the absolute best price that you could ever get.
And is that your best price if we package them together with the other one over there?
Oh, the other one.
Yeah. His prices were way too high on all of them.
I'll put them with the other ones.
Okay.
I know we're coming back to look at those before the day, and we're going to put a real stink bid on them.
Oh, I don't know.
A stink bid is you take the lowest possible amount that you think would be reasonable, and then you half it. That's a stink bid.
So, you guys want to go to the suicide shed?
Who wouldn't?
Sounds like our kind of place.
Go ahead.
Oh, you first, Scott. Really?
I'm not sure.
I
Just a
insist.
second here. Oh, cow. Watch yourself here, Shell.
Oh, yeah. I'm scared to touch anything because it could all come down on us.
What a pile of rusty old stuff.
Ah, the smell of oxidizing iron.
I got a feeling from Mark that he would be very generous. That's not a bad one, right?
It was becoming more evident that this stuff was either going to sell to somebody,
This is a nice one there.
or if it was metal, it was going to go to scrap iron.
What are we talking, a bucket throw on these?
Well, it was sort of like $5.
What if we took 10? Could you say a bucket throw at 10?
10
10
about
saws.
20 bucks for 10.
15 bucks is our final offer.
Okay, you twisted my arm.
Okay. What about these ridiculously big ice picks? Would you go a bucket throw on a few of these things too?
Yeah, I could.
Okay. I'm gonna haul these out of here before we kill ourselves. Thanks, Mark. I was getting really mercenary at that point. I saw some branding irons. What are we talking, a bucket throw on these?
Okay.
We took them all. 59 branding irons at a bucket throw. Look at the construction of this Sheldon. And we'll move them quick to a dealer for about 300 bucks. That was the best deal of the day. Do you have like about a gallon of Arsol?
What do you want to wash? Your hands?
Yeah. And then at the very end, those 3 Indian stone pieces, the spear, and I put a real stink bid. 100 bucks for all of them.
Yep, that I can do.
And he took it.
Fun, guys.
So I think he had about 600 priced on those. I know we're gonna make money on those pins and cap badges because I counted at least 30 cap badges we can get $2 a piece for, and everything else is profit, profit, profit.
It was tough picking, but just meeting Stan was worthwhile. He's a legend around here.
Well, you take care of yourself, and we'll come back and visit you again. Okay, thanks.
To follow in a bunch of other pickers and then still bird dog a few good things, well, that's what we do best. And so we drove away with a few dollars in our jeans, even after the dry cleaning bills.
Well, we got down, we got dirty. Stan was an interesting fellow, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's an institution. Wow.
I tell you, I bet you if you sat down with him over a few beers, you'd hear some stories.
Yeah.
Looks like we're on fumes. I see that little flashing gas tank sign there.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah. We'll sit down and have a quick talk, yeah. You get the coffee? Well, Sheldon, we got a few picks and a lot of miles. Let's see where we're going.
It's north, up here at Lamont. That's the
way up
haul.
there.
Yeah, exactly. We got some serious mileage to put on. In fact, I think I should probably grab the wheel.
I don't feel good about that. After you.
Nice work there, Scott.
Thanks a lot for that. You remind me of a guy that you go out for dinner with that goes to the bathroom when the bill comes. Do you see how much it costs to fill this up? $100.
Yeah.
That makes this next pick that much more important that we got to get some stuff this time.
It was a little bit of a drive, but we thought, well, let's take a shot at this one. We heard about Dave.
Sheldon found him on the internet. I don't know what he was doing, searching porn. I've got a feeling this is going to be an entirely different pick than we did yesterday.
Oh, yeah, this would be the place.
Holy smokes, I can see stuff in the field already. It looks like stuff everywhere. Yeah, he's got stuff. There's an old building filled with crap.
Looks like our kind of guy.
Well, hopefully I can find a nice motorcycle here.
It was kind of intriguing.
It's a little weird because there's like a snowmobile graveyard there. Possum Electric, there you go.
We didn't know what we were walking into.
You found it, buddy. You're taking the credit or the blame.
Hey, Dave, I'm Sheldon.
Sheldon?
Yeah.
Scott.
Scott?
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
You have a lot of stuff.
Everything and anything.
Yeah.
When did you start collecting, Dave?
20 years ago when I moved here.
Hey, everybody around here must know that you're the parts guy.
Well, no, I keep it quiet so nobody was bugging me all the time.
Yeah, see, you've got a bunch of trains.
All kinds of stuff.
Dave had collections of collections.
And there's some really nice cameras up there.
Looking around, you never know if you see that one treasure.
Yeah, I'm more looking for the late 60s, early 70s stuff, or punk, which would be in the 80s. They're all too old for me.
That's Barbie dolls.
That it is. I'm not a big Barbie collector, but if I can find something right around the 1960 period, then I'll take a look at it. If it's any later than that, I'm not really interested.
Oh,
G.I.
right.
Joes, I'll look at as many as you got.
My poor G.I. Joe got burnt.
Dave's a real character.
Play a note.
She works.
Unlike some collectors, he brings it out and he's proud of it. Perfect mating of a man and machine.
That's the original advertisements for the Harley Davidsons. I got them out of Popular Mechanics books.
From my perspective, Dave was more of an accumulator than a collector.
Oh, Dave.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff in here,
Way more stuff.
As I scanned the room, I saw there was a couple things that if we could get them for the right price, that we could make some money. I see you got a CNR lantern.
Oh, they're pretty expensive, those babies.
Pretty expensive is a relative term.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I would rather not sell them.
Dave's tough to do business with.
I think there's a little chip on the bottom in one spot.
That can make a big difference.
Yes.
What would you want?
$125.
Yeah, I don't think we can make any money off that. I think we thought it was going to be better than it was.
There's horsehair in there.
Yeah.
I took it apart one day and had a look at it.
What would you want for that one, Dave?
I got to get $50 out of that old bugger.
A little too rich to turn over, I think, at a profit.
All right.
If it's any good, he wants too much for it.
Head her on through.
All right. There were a few interesting things in one little display cabinet. You can see you've got some Inuit pieces here.
Yeah, this is stuff that I got when I worked in Alaska. You could go into a store up there and just buy it from the native Eskimos who made it.
That's incredible.
Okay, well, that's called baleen, and it comes from the mouth of the whale.
What would you say that ship is? It almost looks non-North American, doesn't
Exactly.
it? Now, is that a set of sealskin mitts back there or something?
Yeah.
And this is a real part of Northern Canadian history, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they're lined with rabbit.
It's a great little collection, though. Tell me what you'd want for everything.
$75,000.
Whoa! Holy cow. Now, what's the one that's worth all the money?
The baleen boats.
Oh, okay.
They're $25,000 and $35,000 each.
I'm not sure where he got the impression that all of a sudden the baleen boats were super valuable.
And unless those things were filled with diamonds, they weren't worth the price he was asking. $25,000 and $35,000 each. Whoa!
Or I'm not selling them.
After Dave said that he wanted $75,000 for the entire grouping, I thought I'd maybe come back, would he consider 20? But I was scared that Scott might have a heart attack and Dave would say, okay, sold.
I'm not touching them. I'm staying away. Well, I think you better put those back.
Why don't we take it?
Because I'm scared now.
We continued looking at more collections of collections.
Chainsaws, boat motors, really old buggers.
Here you go, Sheldon. I'm the Black Knight, you're the White Knight.
Dueling saws? I don't think I was really all that interested in buying a chainsaw, and certainly took more of a man to handle that thing than I could ever do.
This whole era of Honda was when they were trying to distinguish themselves from the Harley-Davidson bad boys, you know? It's...
I'm making this one for my mom.
He just wasn't selling things that I was interested in.
Yeah, look at this, Sheldon. Look at the way, when you turn it this way, it looks like almost like a rocket. Once we're there, we're there. And we gotta buy something to make it worthwhile. Do you have any old motorcycle license plates?
Yeah, right here. Yellow ones are newer.
What would you want for the license plates?
Oh, make me an offer on all of them.
I don't know, I could do $15 for the works.
I'd say they're gone.
Done.
Done deal.
We finally broke the ice, we finally made a buy. Let's see where it goes from there. Whoa, look at that. Whoops. Holy smokes, it's a three-seater.
I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, especially Dave's, and in particular, Scott's.
Yeah!
There's nothing there for me.
Whoa, there's my hat. And look at the look on it, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, here, I'll give you a push.
At this point, I'm thinking, how do we cut our losses here? That chain's seized up. Say goodbye to Dave and tell him it's been a great afternoon, but on to the next pick.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I figured the only way we're gonna salvage this pick is if I can buy a motorcycle off of him that we can make $300 or $400 on. Do you have any running motorcycles?
Yeah. Well, here they are, guys.
Oh, geez, yeah, you got a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I walk in the shed and I see some interesting motorcycles. And I spot one that looks like it's in reasonably good nick. The Honda's the only one that doesn't look like it needs a bunch of work.
Okay, well, let's bring her out and fire her up for you guys.
I'm getting excited about that bike because I'm thinking if that thing runs, that's something we can sell. Oh, there you go. Sounded pretty good. The engine seemed tight on it.
Give her a try?
I think I'm going to take her for a test drive.
There you go. And it's 1 down and 4 up.
That transmission's tight.
Yep, not very many miles on it. She'd make her back all right.
Hey, if Scott don't come back, you want to go picking?
Sure.
Perfect. I can see him going off in the horizon. We might not see him again.
It ran pretty good. It had decent power for a little Honda 100. Any young kid can learn how to ride on it. And I do motorcycle swap meets, and those bikes sell all the time. I was gonna do a wheelie, but it's been a while since I've done one of those. So.
Look at the smile on his face.
I'll tell you, I haven't had that much fun this pick. That's great. I was quite happy with that. Okay, why don't we shut her down and let's talk turkey on it. What do you want for this?
Well, I'd like to get 500 out of it with all the work I put into it.
I think the max retail on that bike's gonna be $600 to $800, and I'm probably gonna have to clean it up a little bit to get that kind of price on it. I know Sheldon, Sheldon's looking at it because he's thinking he doesn't want it because we're gonna have to put it in the back of the truck. I'll tell you what I'm thinking, and I'm not trying to insult you, but I'm gonna be reselling this, so I'm looking at the 175-2 range on it.
Well, I'd come down $100 for you.
I'm thinking, is there anything else I can throw into the deal to get the price down? I'm gonna just take a quick look in the back room. There's this little bike, I just want to take a look at it. I'm just going to take it out in the sun. So I saw this little banana seat bike, not in real good condition, but it had a good look to it. That's a cute little guy, isn't he? Perfect for the kids to learn.
It's a little more my speed, Scott.
So I figured I'll see if we can maybe do a package deal on that. Tell you what, I'm prepared to go for this and the little bike, $270 final offer.
Well, I guess I could go for that. That'd be reasonable.
Okay, let's go sign her up.
Get the bill?
Get the bill of sale.
Okay.
And we'll get some cash for you.
All right.
That would look like fun.
That was a riot. I was happy because on some things he was just out into the moon, and other things he was really reasonable on. Because I do motorcycle swap meets, and guys are always looking for a nice period license plate to put on their bike. Okay, Sheldon, watch out. There you go. Okay, I think we got her, buddy.
All right, that's it for us then, I guess, eh?
Yeah. Dave?
Thanks a lot for
Great
coming,
meeting
guys.
you. It was a lot of fun.
You guys have a good one.
Yeah.
Take her easy.
Okay. Holy smokes, just the massive amount of stuff. I have some fun getting on that bike. I'd drive it home, except you wouldn't see me for months.
Well, I'm going to pick up the speed driving home, so maybe you want to put the helmet on in the truck here. I got a call from a fellow by the name of Jim. Told me he had some really good stuff that he was motivated to sell. I love rolling into the yard and seeing a for sale sign.
And I thought, this is good news for us.
A golf cart starts zooming at us at breakneck speeds.
How's your day?
Hey, you'd be Jim Chili.
That's me, the one and only. Pleasure.
So I see you've sold the place.
Yes, sir. It's just time to downsize.
And I'm trying to get my wife to convince herself that she will retire, and then we can take our big holiday trailer and go see some more of this country.
Well, so where should we start?
Well, we've got some pieces in the house.
Yeah, Jim had a house.
Welcome to my humble abode.
And then several outbuildings, a couple of Quonsets, and there were things inside and out.
The more somebody has, the more likely we're going to hit a winner.
In this room here, we have a kind of a hockey sock full of different things.
I saw the toy truck, and I knew it was a Lincoln toy truck.
That little truck my wife has had for so many years. Actually, she was kind of reminiscing the other day about driving it around on the farm when she was in the sandbox and stuff as a little kid.
And I knew then I wasn't getting it for $10. Lincoln trucks are one of the toys I've sold a lot of, and there's a lot of people looking for Lincoln toys. So does that have some emotional attachment to her?
Not necessarily.
I said something like, well, would you take $50 for it? And his eyes lit up when I said that, so I knew there was a deal to be made.
I think that will work.
Yeah, perfect. I figured that toy, we paid $50 for it. I think it's a pretty easy $125, maybe a bit more than that.
There's some photos over here, Jim.
These pictures do have some history.
Wow, what a great looking bunch of guys. I want that guy's hat.
Old photos are very marketable.
My grandfather was one of the carpentry foremen on Toronto Maple Leaf Gardens.
Wow. Oh, that's a Toronto picture, too.
Yes, they all are.
So it's got to be something with a little bit of pizzazz to it.
This was showing how the men used to have to put telephone poles up.
Wow.
What they called them pike poles, I believe.
That set of 3, I thought, had some real kick to it.
I don't know. I think realistically, 50 bucks
50
for the
bucks
3.
for the 3? Yeah, I was thinking the same.
You guys, what, are you connected at the hip or what? Yeah.
He flips the puck over to me and I put it in the net.
So is that good for you?
It works.
Okay.
All right,
We'll
thanks.
put these over here with the truck.
Okay.
When we're on a pick, we'll buy anything we can make a buck on.
There was a soapstone carving.
What would you want for him?
Cash.
Cash it is.
How much cash? Inuit carvings are a hit and miss proposition because the big money comes when you can identify them to particular artists. I'm a picker, so I'd like to pay very, very little.
I understand that. 20 bucks.
20 bucks, you know what? That was a number that was in my head, so I'm not going to negotiate on that.
The wheels.
I like it.
The wheels are rolling.
Yes,
Okay.
they are.
There's great
Yes, it
things
is.
everywhere I look.
Well, that table there is a library table.
Yeah.
You got a cream separator on here.
They're quite decorative items, and it was pristine.
Well, this is a nice size.
You bet.
What would you need out of that one?
We haven't got out of the house yet, so I'll leave the ball in your court on this one.
Well, I hope Jim doesn't show us the door, but 60 bucks.
75.
I love the art of negotiation. I really, really do.
Are you carrying it?
Do I look silly?
Oh, that's a toughie, eh?
This is the way I like to deal. Just because you go into the bay and say they want $100 for that shirt doesn't mean I'm going to pay it.
This guy's done this before, hasn't he? We thought, you know what? Let's see if we can package that with the desk. Interested in selling the desk?
I do believe.
Well, it's a classic arts and crafts piece. It was in nice, original condition. I've handled lots and lots of these.
Right.
So to me, that's another sort of $100 purchase if you're interested.
Because why don't we just do 200 on the pair?
Yeah, then we're paying more than we
50
want on the
you're paying
separator, and more than
$50.
we want on the desk. But you're a good negotiator. You give him the benefit on the 100, I give you the benefit on the 75.
My only question is this. If you read in the paper tomorrow morning that there was an A-bomb went off here,
That'll be your wife?
would you please come to my memorial service? All right, guys, let's make it happen.
Okay,
Let's
good.
make it happen.
175
For the pair.
on the 2.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
We were trying to grease him up so that we could get something else out of him at a better price later. Jim, I saw something here, and I'm wondering if it's something you'd be prepared to sell. This lovely cowboy hat. It might even fit me.
That's a Biltmore.
That is a Biltmore. You know
Cal-
what?
That's a Calgary-made hat, self-styled by yours truly.
Jim shapes his own cowboy hats, and he shapes them just the way I like them. So what would you need out of a hat like that?
We got to start at least one.
One what? I'd like to pay 40 bucks for it. Put it back down there?
But if you want to add another 20 to that.
You are a hard bargainer. Does this look good enough for me to pay 60?
If you like it, you can't get too hurt on it.
It matches your canvas jacket.
You got a deal, 60 bucks.
You got it.
Very nice hat.
Looks good on you, my man.
Yeah, the ball was rolling. We were finding our groove.
Now, before you make too many inquiries, I will suggest to you that what you do see in here is 17 years of an auction sale junkie. That's me.
I'm scared now. Can I just dig around over there?
Certainly may.
When I walked into the Quonset hut, I thought to myself, not going to be anything in there. Nope, you got some dead animals over here. Oh, a spoon collection. Less than desirable collectibles.
Oh,
That's nasty.
that is bad, isn't it?
In the back, I could see some trunks and things, and you turn around towards the door.
And these branding irons, would you part with them?
I'm going to keep one B, one X, and one half diamond. The others are for sale.
1B and 1S. Scott and I both have a soft spot for branding irons. That leaves 4 odd branding irons.
A lot of farmers will buy branding irons and they will screw them to the outside of their sheds as decorative items. Looks like either an odd S or an odd Z. If you can get it one from an important ranch, that can be a really good branding iron. I think we need to do a bulk buy on those ones.
6 irons, what do you say, 90 bucks, 15 bucks an iron?
Yeah.
Done.
The interesting thing is, even at that price, he hesitated. And I'm thinking, we're paying you more than they're worth, and you're hesitating.
I felt very good about it.
Ah. How many times do you see a bag of marbles and they're all landfill, right?
Yeah.
And look at this.
Oh,
One,
yeah, one.
two, for sure, 2 turn of the century marbles.
Good hunting. Where were you, in this
I
box
was just in
here?
this box. Let's see if there's any.
Keep digging, Scott.
More marbles. At the turn of the century, they had marbles that they actually blew from glass. The way you can tell the difference is because the ponto, and it looks to me like we've got a bunch of good ones in here. Most of them had inner cores that make them even more desirable.
For me, that's what makes antiques interesting. You know, a lot of the products that we take for granted today were made with quality in mind. They've stood the test of time, everything down to that little tiny glass marble.
You probably won't have to pay a lot for them.
I don't know, you're dealing with Jim.
What are you guys doing rooting around in my shed here?
How much would it take for you to lose your marbles?
Actually, what I prefer to find out is how much it's going to cost me to get them back.
Normally, when you get a couple bags of marbles like that, you can hold them up and get them for $5. But Jim was tough.
I really don't know. Talk to me.
Oh, well, here's the problem. When you ask me that question, I have to tell you the truth. Jim wouldn't set a price on anything. He made us tell him what we would pay. These ones are, for the most part, landfill. But there's a few in here that are good. They're good because these are turn-of-the-century marbles. I would give you $40 for the marbles.
Sold.
I made him, I think, a pretty fair offer because I can tell you, he would have put those in a garage sale for like $5, and that's what he would have got for them. Wow. You know, I've got this thing about cowboy hats. Up hanging on a set of antlers, I saw another cowboy hat. Seems to be the same size as my head.
Every once in a while, we're buying for ourselves.
That's not too bad, is it?
You look cool, my man. You look really cool.
Now, this is a bit of a beater. It's got a little wear inside there.
Yeah, it does. But that's called experience.
I hope you're going to treat me a little bit kinder on this one.
Just to show you that my heart's in the right place, we're going 6-0 on the brown one. We round it out to an even, nice little 100 bill, and you own a pair of them.
You know, Jim, this is way more than I would ever pay for a hat this bad, but I got to have it. So we got a deal.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Okay.
Yeah, but you got to have the 2 good hats together. There you go. See, I told you the top was most comfortable, right? There you go. Now you're cooking. Yeah.
Jim, it was a pleasure.
My man, I'll tell you what, it was a good time.
We got a lot of good stuff, and we had a lot of fun.
You're going to have to teach him how to wear hats there.
Yeah.
That's a plus.
Whoa. I'm getting back in the truck before I lose my hat.
Happy trails.
See you later.
See you guys.
Hey, well, that was one fun pick.
You know, that made the day. I wasn't sure what we were going to find there, but wow, we filled the truck at least. It was fun negotiating with him because he had it in his mind that he was going to be a little tough, and he was, and he didn't take any bull on anything. I'm wearing my new lucky hat right now. That's for tomorrow. This Badlands is incredible. It's just amazing how this just sort of sits right in the middle of Alberta, and 30 miles on either side of it. You'd not like that.
You'd never know it was here.
Yeah. I can't believe I've never stopped here. This is just fun. Yeah, it's just amazing.
We've got another pick to go to. In Wayne, an old coal mining town. Lots of coal around here.
I would never have thought to come here had it not been for the phone call.
I'm Fred, and I live in Wayne, Alberta. Been here for 54 years, raised in the old Last Chance Saloon.
My understanding is the bar's not going to be running much longer, so we might have a chance.
The bar is for sale.
Who knows? There could be something in there. There could be something real good.
Ever considered a change of career?
Not in Wayne.
Current population in Wayne today is 27 people.
Wow, look at this. Step back in time. I love it.
Let's just walk in, scope the place out, figure out if there's anything here for us or whether or not this is a wild goose chase. Looks like you on Saturday night, that guy with the boots up, head down. Well, ready?
Yeah, let's go in.
Howdy, fellas.
Hey.
Hey.
How we doing?
Great place you got here.
Oh, thanks.
I heard the bar was for sale, though.
Yeah, I've been at it for 27 years, and it's time to semi-retire.
Whoa.
That I love.
Well, it's really interesting, isn't it?
The saloon was built in 1913.
It's fabulous.
Yeah.
This was a coal mining town, gotten a lot of history from old timers that used to live here. There's some artifacts from the mines and the houses that were here back when the place was booming. By the middle 50s, all the mines in Wayne were closed.
Everywhere I look, there's fantastic stuff.
Collected a lot of this stuff from when I was a kid, not knowing that, you know, it would become my favorite things later on in life.
What's the story on the photo of Wayne?
Well, that photo was from the early 20s. We had over 2,500 people. We had stores, banks, booming
The
town.
circa 1900 strip mall.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that photo something that you'd let go? I'm sure 1,000 people have asked him if he'd sell it before.
Probably not. That was a gift from an old friend of mine, actually.
All the good things are gifts.
All the good things are gifts, yeah. This whole bandbox in the corner here, my friend Ted Carter, he gave it to me. It came out of the old bus depot in Calgary. I'll get her fired up.
That's really interesting. Oh, here we go. Wow. The lights are on and everything.
Yeehaw!
Fantastic, eh?
That's beautiful. I can see that in my house. Have you ever had any good offers on it?
10 grand on that.
Wow.
Yeah. Ted wanted it somewhere where basically the whole world could see it, and that would be here at the Last Chance Saloon. We're kind of a crossroads to the world.
We wanted to own a piece of that, but it wasn't going to happen.
What about the boar's head?
A fella hunted him with a bow in northern Alberta.
Seriously?
Yeah. Had his stuff, brought it home to his wife, and his wife said, not in my house.
Could that be up for sale?
It could be, yeah.
What would you want for that?
Well, good question. If I did sell it, you know, I'd probably have to maybe talk to the owner. I know he gave it to me, but he might have fallen in love with it since then.
Maybe his wife has too,
Maybe,
right? He
yeah.
wants it back. The carrot is dangled and then it's snatched away. That's really tough for a picker. I found a stereoscope and some cards. Is that something that you might be interested in parting with?
I think we could.
Before moving pictures, that was a way to get you into places that you'd never seen before, and in 3D.
Well, that's interesting. There's no question about that. The Theater of Satan.
Now, the stereoscopes themselves are not that hard to find, but the good cards are. What would it take to separate you from the stereoscope in cards?
Probably around $225.
His prices were through the moon. I think one of the reasons may have been because he wasn't interested in selling it.
Niagara Falls.
Oh, yeah.
People made offers that were ridiculous. And so that's what he thinks the price is. Well, there's a lot of stuff we'd like to buy, but I think you're attached to most of it.
I am attached to a fair bit of it, all right.
That's the peril of being a picker. People think they want to sell, and then when push comes to shove, they're just not ready. Well, maybe that's one to leave here, if you don't mind, just aside for a minute.
Yeah.
What's happening here today is exactly what I feared might happen. That fly cop sign. Looks like it's from sort of the 1930s, maybe 40s.
As far as selling it, somebody wanted to buy it last week.
And what did they offer you?
They didn't offer because I told them it wasn't for sale.
Okay, well, is it for sale today?
What do you offer?
Everything I was asking about, he couldn't part with. What do you want?
1,000?
No, it's not worth 1,000.
There we go, then.
So he wouldn't part with bull snake on the wall up there. Is that something you would consider moving?
No.
So he had to talk to somebody about parting with it. The boar's head, do you have to make a call on that? And then he wouldn't talk to somebody about parting with it.
I better hold on to it. I'm just sorry to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't sell it.
From time to time, I do sell stuff out of my saloon. The majority of it I like to keep.
Hey, time to make a couple last offers and move along.
You got a Coke button in the back room. What are you thinking about that?
Oh, it's worth a couple grand.
Couple grand.
Yeah.
Couple grand. Come on now, friend.
Yeah, and I always laugh when I see people putting huge prices on those things because they think they're rare. Well, every corner store in Canada had at least 2 of them.
This one happened to be all shot up.
That would work out to about, what, $400 or $500 a hole?
About that, yeah. When I buy stuff for myself, a lot of people will give me a bit of a deal on it because it is for me and I'm going to keep it, not just turn it over.
That come from around here, too?
Did, yeah. Another gift.
When it comes right down to it, we just can't afford to pay for sentimentality.
Just before I leave, can I get one of these jalapeno pickled eggs to go, please?
Oh, yeah, you got to try one of them.
I love pickled eggs.
Hoo-wee.
Smell that,
Smells
eh?
like the prairies, yes.
That'll be $1.50, please. Thank you very much. Well, it's always good to make a sale, regardless.
That is beautiful. The best thing about that pick was the pickled eggs.
I'm glad they were here and I enjoyed their company.
I'm really glad I got to see the Last Chance Saloon. Probably my last chance to see it. Wasn't great picking, but there's always another pick, and there's not always another pickled egg. Scott and I have a pretty good broad knowledge on a lot of things, but certain things we have associates that are experts. Sid's a friend of both of ours. We both respect his opinion.
I take a few pictures and emailed them to Sid last night. Now we're gonna give him a call and find out what he has to say.
Hey, Sid, it's Sheldon. Scott sent you some photos. There was that truck.
Would you take $50 for it?
Did you get a chance to look at it?
I did. Nice truck. These are really popular with collectors in Canada.
Do you have a feel for a price, Sid?
It should sell for somewhere between $150 and $200.
Oh, excellent. Hey, that's good news. There was 3 photographs.
Realistically, $50 for the
50
three?
bucks for the 3? Yeah.
It works.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm dying to know what you think they're worth.
As a collection, they might be worth more than individually, but you should easily get $50 to $75 a piece.
Excellent. Excellent. That's one we'll make a buck on.
Last but not least, my marbles. What do you think about them?
Yeah, that was an interesting group, too.
I would give you $40 for the marbles. Give me the good or bad news.
You probably can get $10 to $15 a piece for those nicer ones. The other ones, $5 to $8 each.
Hey, fantastic.
Yes, excellent again.
Hey, good luck on the road.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Sid. See ya.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You do want to drive?
I'll try.
I don't like that.
I like to keep you on edge. We've made a few bucks, and we're on our way to pick some more, so that's really encouraging. See that fork in the road?
Yeah,
Take it. Jamie, 850? What do you say, man? Jamie's looking. Grab the 850 and run. Throw me a bone and I'm happy.
Some of these are worth large.
I don't like to hear that. Not till I go out the door. Hey, Sheldon. Yo, do we have any use for a $5 green bog?
Yeah.
$5, it's a steal.
I'm not sure who's stealing from who on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm Scott Cousins,
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
and we're pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and barns. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us.
Hamilton, eh?
I can't just smell the steel.
Did you get to the cash machine?
You know, as usual, you'll be the bank.
Want me to drive?
No, I don't think so.
I got the map.
All I can say is it's good to be back in Southern Ontario. Haven't been here for a while. Looks like we're going to do a nice big triangle of picking in this part of the country.
I'd like to call it the Picker's Golden Horseshoe.
As opposed to the Bermuda Triangle. We're hoping that we can get some screaming deals on some stuff we can take out west and make some money on.
We're off to see Gary this morning in Hamilton.
I'm always worried when I'm going to somebody's house that it's going to be a show and tell. This guy, as I understand it, is a bit of a collector, and collectors can be real tough to deal with, but we'll see.
Right there it is with the boxes.
Yeah, look at
there,
all the boxes in front of there. What the heck's in those boxes? You got any money for the meeting?
Oh, yeah.
I got a dime. Maybe we should put that in just to make sure it's going to be a good pick. Hey!
Hi.
Hey!
How's it going?
Wow, you got a lot of stuff here, that's for sure.
Stuff. I buy and sell stuff to make a living. I've been a voracious garage sailor for 30+ years. Saturday morning comes, I'm the guy that arrives first.
Meeting Gary was like a step back in time.
But it's all stuff I love.
Well, I'm just going to take a quick look around. As I was scanning the room, I'm looking for gems because a guy like him's gonna have the odd gem.
This is what I decided to do with my life, become a collector of ephemera. It's not the material that I'm interested in, it's the soul of the material.
I don't think I've ever seen that many Velvet Elvis paintings in one place.
It's taken me about 15 years to collect these half a dozen that I've got here. The Elvis Presley Foundation went after the people that painted these in Mexico and ordered them to stop painting them.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's a bit of overkill, isn't it, to stop a guy in Mexico from making a buck?
Well,
good luck.
Literally a buck at the time, right?
Well,
Velvet Elvises are the worst of the worst and the best of the best, depending upon where you come from. I've had lots of Velvet Elvises in the past. They used to be really funky and collectible. Then they died off. Now they're come back again.
hey, there was one Velvet Elvis that was quite appealing because the guy had a double chin quite like mine.
That was the Fat Elvis period, right?
I could kind of relate to that period.
My Velvet Elvises are not for sale. It's not a matter of the value of them, it's just a matter that, you know, I love these guys. It'd be like, you know, me leaving a girlfriend.
Oh, love me tender.
Pretty well anything else, my arm can be twisted.
I noticed you've got, looks like a poster in the corner from a movie.
Yeah, that's an old movie that had a dope tie-in.
It was a really interesting poster from probably the early 50s, back when they were trying to outlaw comic books and they were doing the anti-drug propaganda. I love the wording. She looks like an angel, does the work of the devil. It's beautiful. Now, your airplane, you either got the tabletop version
or the
ashtray version.
Yeah.
This is a tabletop version. What would you need to get out of your airplane?
I'd probably need to get it somewhere around $500.
Wow. Where I come from, that's full-bore retail on that. In fact, I sell them for less than that, more retail. The thing is, we can't buy retail. Even if I love it, I can't pay retail for it. Your circus poster, probably 40s, looks to me, 40s, 50s.
I'd say that.
Made to just slap up on a wall and leave it in town when you left.
Exactly.
What would you need out of that if you were going to sell it?
Oh, probably a couple $100.
Yeah, see, again, you know, that's sort of retail on them.
With the stuff that I love and have a passion for, my prices are going to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, it sounds like you got a love and a passion for just about everything.
What's the purpose in having something in your life if you don't love it?
I see you got some tins back there. Is it okay if I go back and take a look?
Absolutely.
I spotted 3 tins, and I took the one that I thought was the least expensive first, just to get a sense where he was coming from with his price. The reason why this one is sort of attractive is because of obviously the image on it. I think it's probably American. So what would you want for that? So I thought if I could get that for $5, I'd sell it for 20 and maybe make 15 bucks.
$25?
So you know the retail real well. Back it goes. Okay, let's see. Now the radios, is there anything in there? I don't see anything there that's starry. He's got a rack of radios, and you can tell he's got a good eye. You got that little goofy little one that looks like a bit like a robot. What is that?
This one here?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's actually cigarette holder.
Oh, cool. It had a space-age look to it. When he pulls it out, it's actually even cooler, frankly, than what I thought it was.
You'd put your cigarettes in here, and your matches in here. You'd have it on your coffee table, so when your guests came over, they would go, oh, there, I'll have a smoke.
What would you need for something like that?
That I'm not going to part with.
Why is it that everything I like you don't want to part with?
He really did love his things, but he's an accumulator.
Guys like Gary are tough because he's paid nothing for the stuff he buys, but that doesn't mean he loves it any less.
It's not that it's got any value to it. I just like it.
Well, so do I.
The design of it.
So I changed my gears, and I said, okay, forget the collectibles. I'm gonna go flip through a few records and see if I can find anything.
Sounds like a plan.
If he's got something that's turned on its side and shoved in a slot, I might have a better chance of getting something off him because there's more of them and they're less visible to him at all times. You got the floor reinforced in this place?
Yeah, I do. There's about 15,000 albums here.
Let's see if I can find some ugly ducklings here. A lot of people are surprised about this, but records are one of the hottest things right now. Ah, there's an ugly duckling, though. And the stuff that sells best is Canadian psych rock, Canadian prog rock, because it's really rare. Hey, Gary.
Yeah.
What do you want for this one?
I work much better when there's a stack rather than on an individual level.
Maybe a little guilt's gonna set in because he hasn't sold us anything yet. And if I put together some records, I can maybe make a deal. The Candy Goody Gumdrops. I have never heard of them. Have you? Obviously you have, you bought it.
Scott all of a sudden gets into a little bit of a zone.
W? It's not original. There it is.
And I know that, you know, leave him alone, go for a coffee, which is actually what I did.
I got your two sticky fingers and I got a Frank Zappa. We're only in it for the money.
Okay.
Oh, New York Dolls, too. Do you have New York Dolls? Let's see. Yeah, loaded. I'm sort of buying partially for my own collection here.
And then I came back.
The Rolling Stones ones are good mostly because they're Andy Warhol covers.
That's right.
But you're paying, everything is to do with the Andy Warhol zipper cover,
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, Gary, you asked me to put a pile together. I put a pile together. Let me see what you want for that to see if we can do some business.
Okay, let me just do a count here. It looks like you picked out the real cherries here.
Well, of course.
You're just flattering me. Just flattering me to get my money.
So you got 25 albums here.
Yeah.
Some of these are worth large. You know,
I don't like to hear that, okay?
Well,
I don't like to hear that. Not till I go out the door.
For 25 of these records, $400. So that's basically, you're looking at $15 to $20 each.
I was originally thinking a wholesale price for me was between 5 and 10, knowing there's a couple in there that I'm going to pay more for. So that would have put me at 2 to 250, and I think I'm stretching it for me to make money on it to go to 275.
Okay, well, there were some other things that you said you were interested in?
I wanted to see if there's any way I could sort of get his mind off that price. You told me you had a fan.
Okay.
Where's that?
That's down in the basement.
Grab a couple things to throw in the pile and get the price down. Okay, well, why don't we go look at the fan?
Okay.
You go down and you're in good hands, Gary.
Okay. And here's the big one. It's made in the United States by a company called Vornado.
Okay.
But Electro Home in Kitchener bought Vornado fans and put their logo on it.
So what would you be looking at on that?
$100.
People like big industrial-looking fans.
And here's the mini version of the big one that was downstairs.
So what would you want for the little one?
$50.
They were a paired set, so you could have the big fan and you could have the little fan sitting on a table beside it. I'm thinking, yeah, I was thinking, if you group the records in with the fans, I was thinking 375.
I don't mind being crowned. You know, that's part of the whole negotiation process. Make it 4 and we got a deal.
Okay.
All right, okay. You got a super deal on that vinyl.
Well, I sure hope so.
I like people that grind with a smile. Most people do business with me leave here with a smile on their face.
Well, I am, because you know what? There's a few albums that I want for my own collection in there, and I can sell a couple.
Okay. Like, I wish more people in the antique and collectibles business were like Scott.
For me, that was a successful pick. I got a bunch of really good records. I love records. My wife loves records. My friends love records. So for me, it was a good pick. And I think we'll make some money to boot.
I'm happy if Scott's happy.
Gary, it was a pleasure.
Yeah.
You're a real collector. It's always a pleasure to meet a real
Absolutely.
collector.
Okay, we'll see you later.
All right.
You know, we didn't get a whole lot of what you'd call traditional collectibles, but we can make some money off those records. Kicking and screaming, I'll drag you into the 21st century.
Like to see you do that.
What I love about this part of the country is it's been around for so much longer, and it's been so heavily populated compared to Western Canada that there's a ton more stuff here. Oh, look at that. Look, there's a Coke button on the side of that building. I'm gonna stop, see if it's for sale.
You're the ultimate picker, Scott.
For every Coke button you see in Calgary, you'll see 40 here. I drove by and I saw your Coke button on the front of the door, and the person inside gave me your number to give you a call to see if you wanted to sell it. You know, the Coke side, the big Coke sign. How much? You're not serious. No, I offered more than that. I offered 300, but obviously we're miles apart. Well, thanks for your time, Rick. Okay, talk to you later, bye.
How much?
1,400. Run, don't walk,
Yeah.
right? Well, no, it doesn't hurt to try,
harm
right?
done, yeah.
Right?
No harm done.
Did you get a good night's sleep? You ready for picking?
Brutal. I was up for 4 hours watching poker on TV. And I figure I know when to hold them and I know when to fold them now.
You were all pumped up about Christie.
We got our work cut out for us today.
Christie's just a huge show, covers a huge area.
There's literally hundreds of vendors, hundreds of booths set up.
When Sheldon and I go to a show like this, one of the things we're looking for is stuff we don't see every day. We have arrived.
Oh, here we
yeah,
go.
Look, there are the tents, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a good day for picking.
It's a great day for picking.
You haven't been this excited to be at a show for years and years.
Gates open, 8 o'clock, and the adrenaline's rushing. And like that picture over there, eh, Scott?
That's hilarious.
One of the first things I noticed was an oil painting.
We literally had walked in the door. It was the first thing we saw. It's actually better as you get closer to it.
Yeah, it's not bad. Thomas Mitchell.
Worked with the group of 7, yeah.
You've got 300 dealers with 600 or 700 tables.
What do you need for it?
And you're saying, am I gonna spend $400 on the first thing I see?
I'm gonna make a call on that one, Scott.
Yeah?
We'll be back.
That's a great picture.
Well, I'm phoning my art dealer, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, Doug, it's Sheldon. Can you get right back to me? Give me a call. I need your help. Sooner's better than later, Doug. Serendipity. Let's see if it's there in a few minutes, and keep picking.
Okay, so how do you want to do this? When Sheldon and I go to a show like this, we generally split up. You go your way, I'll go mine. Because he likes different things than I like. What's the price on the Addison?
I need 150 for it.
Wow, great piece. Get a price on the chair for me?
135.
Would you take 100?
No, I wouldn't. Thank you.
And we're trying to cover as much ground as we can, as quickly as we can.
I love this. Yeah, I spotted some bellows. They've got that north wind mask carved right into them. They look good and they're functional. These were as good as it gets for that sort of category of item. Take 250?
Today, yes.
What do you have on the Joe?
I bought all of it for $100, including all the outfits, the rifles.
I think your price is fair, but
Price is fair.
there's nothing I can make off it. That's the
Can I ask you about this? Napkin holder. It kicks out an IQ question, is
Yeah,
it?
put a coin in, a little card to pop out. This one's probably from around, the 40s, 50s,
Yeah.
maybe earlier.
Would you take 75? I got to pick and turn it over.
That's fine.
75 it is.
Yeah.
Nothing cheap there. This guy's stuff will all be a fortune. There's interesting things, but they all seem to be priced way too high for me to be able to buy them and make money on them. So I'm gonna keep looking and see if there's that one piece that jumps out at me. Girly stuff.
Is this your chunk of birch bark?
Yes, it is.
What can you tell me about it?
I would say it's probably about 1940s.
Yeah, I love it. Did you say $100?
Okay, yes, sure.
Sold.
Okay.
Okay, that's where I wanna go. Unfortunately, I'd sell that for about a quarter of that price. I just don't know that there's anything to be made off that. I'm seeing 80% of the stuff is the same old stuff. I see it every show, priced too high. That is the ugliest phone I've ever seen. It's not stuff I can make money on. We just can't do it.
$2,200 for the set.
Well, I know sooner or later I'm gonna find something, but I have to admit to being a bit discouraged.
I'm still waiting on the call from my buddy that knows art and has all that information at his fingertips. I'm waiting and waiting, and you know what? The heck with the detail. If I'm not getting the information, maybe I'll take a shot on it. My beavers are gone?
You hesitate. A chap came in about 10 minutes after you were here.
Yeah.
And you said, I'll take it.
Unfortunately, I'm still waiting for the call. Gotta go out and find something else killer.
I love that color. I just don't know how the heck I would want to carry that thing.
Beauty. Oh, yeah, King's Plate winner. It's a great image. Early horse racing up to 1905. The King's Plate, which is now the Queen's Plate. What do you think? I mean, that's killer, isn't it?
You don't see them. You just don't see them in the original frame, too.
What do you have on it?
$950.
Are you hung up on that price?
No, I'm negotiable. Absolutely.
Yeah. He's asking $950. Man, I think I have lots of offers for it.
I walked away. I was afraid of the bolt of lightning coming down at me.
It's early. I'm gonna hit you with your first good sale of the day. Would you take 5?
Give me 7 and it's gone.
Split the difference at 6 and we got ourselves a deal?
Done. All right.
I mean, I think we could double up on that one. I was a little jealous that you picked that one.
You can be my partner.
Good eye. I'm heading that way.
I'm behind you.
I could see it from a mile away. There was a circus banner. I've dealt with them before. I wasn't sure if it would be 500 or 5,000, but I knew it was something I wanted to take a look at. Oh.
Yeah, killer.
Wow.
Is it right?
Yeah, it's signed down there.
Virtually every rodeo, old-time rodeo, had a trick rider if they could find one. There are a couple ladies actually in action. I just love the image.
Yeah, the image is...
The image is killer, isn't it?
The image is killer.
Yeah.
I thought, wow, that's a great thing for Calgary.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. A couple Alberta boys here looking for a bargain. We like this.
Yes.
Yeah. Where'd you get it?
It came out of a restaurant in Montreal, actually, so it's part of the decor there, so
Really?
Since the 1960s.
We thought we'd see how aggressive we could be and see if we could buy that. We're here, we're doing some picking.
Yes.
We're buying low, we're selling medium.
Right.
We're gonna turn it over. I don't want to insult you, but I wanted to offer you $500 for it.
I couldn't believe it when you offered him $500.
Can't do it, so.
Usually when a guy's got prices like that, if you offer him like almost half of what he's got on it,
what's your best offer?
He's not biting.
$950 is our best, yeah.
No room to maneuver.
No room to maneuver.
All right. Scott, what do you think?
I got somebody in mind, but I don't think
exactly.
there's enough potential room in it for us to make that a kind of investment.
Well, I share the booth with somebody else, so you could speak to him.
We're looking at this piece here. What can you do for us?
We can't really go down.
Would you take 800 on it?
We love to do it, but we can't.
Well, you don't have to love to. I'll just peel it out, and there you go. It's 8 bills in your pocket. There's some profit in it for you, and maybe a few bucks in it for us, too.
We bought this 2 weeks ago in Montreal. It actually was hung up in a restaurant. It took a lot of money to get it off of them.
So you're saying you're not budging?
We can't really budge on this.
$850.
You know,
Jamie, $850? What do you say, man? Jamie's looking. Did you see that smile? Jamie's saying, yeah, let's go. Grab the $850. Grab the $850 and run. Right? Yeah, look at it. He's nodding. Grab the $850 and run. He just said it. Come on, let's get a deal going here. Come on. I know what he's saying. He's saying we're going to walk.
I already walked in my mind a few minutes ago.
Yeah, okay. Crunch time. $850. You guys say yo or no, yay or nay. We're 850. It's a deal. It's not a deal.
How about 900? I got to talk over with Jamie.
Holy
That's the best I can do.
Smokes, man! 850 it is, and that's our last offer. Yay or nay, guys?
I'm sorry.
No harm done.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, we'll walk and see what happens.
Gave her a shot.
Too good a shot, probably, eh?
I got nothing against them, and I hope they come back.
I love that thing, and I still think it was a good deal at $950. But my problem is, I'm mad now.
Can't win them all.
Hey, Scott, you're grabbing a coffee. Can you get me one, too?
Sure. And almost everybody marks their stuff up so they can come down a little bit. I just got mad. Thanks.
Thank you. Scott bought me a coffee. That rarely happens.
The first guy just made me so mad.
Yeah.
I don't want to give him my money.
I hear you, Scott. And now I know he's really mad because he didn't even ask me to pay him for my coffee.
There's a nice tool cabinet.
Yeah, but what's that? It's a copper viewing casket.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny just to have as a coffee table?
Oh, a coffee table, killer. How about 100 even?
Where did Sheldon go?
How about 110?
Sold. Scott ain't gonna be happy. I bought a folk art Mountie.
I cannot find him.
This isn't Scott's sort of thing, but we now own it. It's gonna guard our purchases.
Put a leash on that guy. I know it's a big show. I know sooner or later I'm gonna find something. Sure enough, saw a great old White Owls counter store display. It's got everything you want. It's got the great graphic. It's big, it's old. It's both a Canadian and American company, so it's got double coverage there. I'd like to know, what do you have on it?
1,800.
The only problem with it was expensive. And do you have any room in it?
I'd do 1,500.
I'm not seeing a lot of stuff I can buy volume to make money on. I thought I'm gonna buy the best thing or the best 2 or 3 things at this show. Are you open to package deals?
Oh, definitely.
And your Coke button, how much you have on that?
It's $5.95.
So I'm thinking to myself, wow, we can sell that Coke button. Interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
Interested in the Coke button.
Mm-hmm. If you take both pieces, I'll give you the owl for 13 and the Coke dot for 5.
You went from 1,800 on the White Owl to 1,800 for the pair, I think.
Yeah.
Ah. See, what I was thinking, and I don't want you to be mad at me, I was thinking 1,500 would make me happy. Because then I figure I'm paying 1,000 for that and 500 for that.
You really are a picker.
I am, aren't I?
Let's take a break and just talk about it for a minute. And we'll see if there's something else that we can maybe add to the sweeten the pot.
Go for it.
Okay. All right.
Is there anything you see here that you...
Well, there's a couple things around the corner here.
I'm just looking, though, for the pieces that are quick to flip. Like, I think that sign's saleable.
Yeah.
Take a quick peek at that creel. It's a big one. You don't see the big ones that often.
Oh, yeah, it's got a little age, right?
This White Owl piece is cool, too.
Oh, yeah. That's the clincher, Scott. Then we threw in the White Owl poster, and that'll perhaps help sell the White Owl itself. So that could only help.
What we're thinking here is the White Owl, and this is obviously a natural to go with it.
Absolutely.
The Coke button, of course, we talked about, and the telephone sign. And we're trying to get ourselves to a number that you can live with on all of that. I was thinking 15, you were thinking 18. We're thinking $2,000 for the 4 pieces.
You're gonna have to go back to school now. Nice driving, man. That ain't gonna work.
So what can you do?
I'll do you 2 on this guy, which brings us up to 2,000, and I'll do you another 200 on the bell sign. It's 2,200.
I was going to say 21. How about we do it?
No, 2,200 is a really, really fair price.
I brought a certain amount of money to spend, and it was either going to be a little bit on a lot of items or a lot on a little items. Okay, one last shot.
22.
2,300, and you throw the creel in.
Done.
All right.
I mean, it was a great buy for us, and He showed he can play the game. He knows what he's doing.
Good
Thanks
to
a
do,
lot.
guys. Good to do business with.
Appreciate it. Thank you
Okay,
very
thanks.
much. The value of $2,000 is apparent to him. That was funny.
I'll go home and lick my wounds.
Oh, yeah. it wasn't apparent to some other people. Maybe we can use this as a negotiating tool. I surprised myself on that trick rider sign because I was so mad when I walked away, I didn't think that for any amount of money would I buy that sign. Will you take 10 bucks for this?
What do I have on it? 14, absolutely.
Promises to put it to good use.
But then Sheldon and I started talking about it and thinking, you know what? We can still maybe double up on that thing and back in Calgary.
It's a killer image.
That's the problem. And I hate going back and eating crow. So I guess the profit got the better of me. I've come to negotiate. I've come to negotiate.
So we're still interested in trick riding here.
Yeah, it's nice.
Did you guys have a chance to talk?
$950.
Well, hold it.
$950.
Weren't you at 900? But
Yeah,
had
you
to
were at
talk?
900, but you were going to
Yeah,
talk.
we're going to talk at 900. Didn't work.
It was just as painful the second time as it was the first time.
But hey, it's business. If we can't negotiate on price, would you throw in that little deco ash stand just to sweeten the pot? We'll say
A 950
Yeah.
with the deco? Yes. Okay, no problem.
All right.
At least you got him to throw in that ashtray.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Let's tear it out. Let's just get it rolled up before he changes his mind and he wants 1,000 for it.
Congratulations, man. I think we'll make some money for sure on the carnival sign.
You're a hard man, but it's good stuff.
And an extra few $100 on the ashtray. How much is that doggy in the window?
He's 200 and he doesn't bite.
Just because it was so much fun the first time, would you take 100?
Oh, God, no. Well, that was a hard negotiation, don't you think?
You got that right.
Although you did get this out of them, which was better than nothing, right?
Better than a kick in the pants,
Yeah.
I guess.
I spotted the water skier motion lamp from about 200 feet away. I got to talk to you about your motion lamp. It looks to me it works, I presume.
It worked beautiful. I wish I'd brought a generator.
That's a killer lamp, and it's best condition one I've ever seen.
Right. The broken one sold last week on eBay for $350. The perfect one sold 3 years ago on eBay for $3,500. So the price of that lamp is somewhere above $350, and could still be north of $3,500.
And I went, because it had a little sign on it saying, "Make me an offer." And I thought, well, I can't make an offer even remotely close. I could see paying $400 or $500 for it, but even then I'm stretching. I never dreamed I would ever offer somebody $500 for a motion lamp, but I'm offering it to you now.
Well, I never thought I'd get married, and I've done it twice.
Yeah. But it is the nicest one I've ever seen, and I would like to own that.
Well, we're close. The 500 would be fine.
We have a deal, sir.
Deal.
It was a great buy, because that is flat out perfect.
There's a killer bench right there. Scandinavian pine, original paint, love it.
I love it too, but it's big.
What do you say?
Yeah, I could get buried in that, don't you think?
$550? Does that work? Sold.
Okay. I don't like lifting heavy things, but Sheldon apparently doesn't care about lifting heavy things and transporting them all the way back to Calgary.
Andy, you grunt a lot when you move furniture.
Yeah, well,
I had no idea. Look at my little pinhead Mountie.
He is ridiculous.
Isn't he good?
Why did you buy him?
Ooh. All right. Hey. See, you don't have to join a health club.
If we don't double on this, you are paying for dinner for the rest of the year.
I really had a good day today. I mean, we made some great buys. Actually packing it up, I'm thinking, wow, we did really well today. We'll make some money. The life of a picker, eh?
I was so happy to have that White Owl sign because I've done a lot of White Owl tins over the years, but I've never seen a store display. I love that stuff. It's not as heavy as I thought it would be, this White Owl thing. If I throw him, does it make any difference? I'm only ashamed of one thing we bought.
When we triple up on him,
That Mountie is the ugliest thing I have ever seen in my entire life.
Let's go, man. We were wheeling, we were dealing. I had a great day today. This is what I live for. That was some good picking.
That was that was finger picking good. So Sheldon, where are we going?
See that fork in the road?
Yeah, take it.
Scott and I are heading over to see Steve DeRoche, local dealer, and he's going to give us some appraisals on some of the things we picked up at the Christie show.
I'm an antique dealer. I've been in this business probably better than 20 years.
If we made a mistake on a piece, we're going to unload it, get our money out of it, not going to ship it all the way back to Calgary. Steve, Scott Cousin.
Steve DeRoche.
Hi, Steve. Sheldon Smithens.
Hi, Sheldon.
This is a little bit off the beaten track. Scott and I are saying it's really a one-of-a-kind.
Yeah,
950. Yeah.
With the deco. Okay, no problem.
Let's get a little confirmation that we've got something good here.
Oh, this is in really nice condition. Great subject matter, Annie-Oakley type stuff. They're called tent banners. They actually used to put them right out on a wagon, going from town to town, and you're probably in the $1,200 to $1,500 range.
We're taking it to rodeo country.
Yeah,
so
well, you're taking it to the right place.
yeah, real easy, quick flip.
It's not all about money, but that was too good an item to leave. It was just too good for where we come from and for the people we know that love that stuff. You see, I got my motion lamp fired up for you, so...
Yeah, these were made by Econolite. They started quite earlier than this lamp. They started in the 20s, but this one's up in the late 50s.
I had a bit of butterflies because I was half expecting them to say that we overpaid for it. I never dreamed I would ever offer somebody $500 for a motion lamp.
The 500 would be fine.
Absolutely pristine. You got the holy grail there. This lamp is between $3,500 and $4,500.
Wow. When those numbers came out of his mouth, I just was shocked, absolutely shocked.
On a good day, you might do a little better than that.
Wow.
Hey.
The water skier is, the water skier
You got a buyer
is,
for it? When he told us what it was worth, I realized I'm not keeping that. It's gonna be sold.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good day, guys.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that.
There's another pick to be had.
Beautiful country. Well, let's go. We're on our way to Roger's place. We're going to see a 150-year-old barn with unbelievable stuff. Here on the right, yeah.
Oh, for sale.
Hello.
There you are.
Hey, you'd be Roger.
Hi.
Teresa.
Hi, Teresa.
Hi, Roger.
And
Sheldon.
Nice to
How
meet
are
you,
you?
Sheldon.
What's the story here? You got an old barn and you want to get rid of some stuff.
Old barn, drive shed, workshop. We've got a lot of old junk around. Some was here when we bought 25 years ago from the old homestead, the original farmers. But it's good stuff. You guys will like it.
Good junk. That's exactly what we like.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'll lead the way. Just follow me. Everything's for sale at rock bottom prices.
Yeah, Roger's what I'd call a gentleman farmer. He's a pretty sophisticated guy. He knows what he's doing.
That's to tell you if it's windy or not.
Yeah.
Just in case you hadn't noticed.
He's a little bit rambunctious, I would say.
Take a close look. I don't want you missing anything.
And I think that there's going to be a little bit of fireworks during the course of the day. That's my guess.
Help yourself.
We want anything we can buy cheap and make money on. I walked into the first room and I just took a look around.
Wow.
And then I saw Sheldon start climbing.
Kind of curious to find out, is there some quality or just straight quantity? So I dove right, well, I want to say in, but I sort of dove up. It was a pretty good vantage point from up there.
Is this the mortar or the pestle? People love those things. They're a great display item. Man, this thing is heavy.
That's what the biggest uses to grind up their herbs and spices.
So 10?
Oh, okay, so...
Done. That was an icebreaker, that mortar bowl. All right, I think it's showtime here. It's really essential that game on happens. If it happens easy and early, then at least we're all on the same page. Hey, Roger, there's a little sleigh under there.
It's solid, it works.
Take $10 for that?
Come on, you gotta do a little bit better on that one.
11.
Did you say 15?
Well, we'll just get the ball rolling.
Okay.
15 it is.
Okay.
I found something that I would normally never buy, but I like the color of it. The meat grinder, right?
That's a good one, yeah.
I would normally just kick a meat grinder over. I wouldn't buy one for $1. But there are some people that are decorating their country kitchens and it's red, and they want the red color.
We're gonna grind you right now, because we don't normally buy meat grinders.
We made a lot of pork sausage with that.
So what you're telling me is it's paid for itself over and over again, so you'll let it go cheap?
Well, no.
Well, I'll give you $10 for this just because it's red. If it was any other color, I don't want it.
Okay, sold. There's a whole basket of grinders there, too.
Yeah, and I left them because they're not red.
I like the process more than I do the money. There's a lot of good junk there in those boxes and cans there.
Apparently you're walking by the good junk, Scott.
See, there's another red thing.
That's for the garden, too.
The corn seeder, it's something you don't see a lot of.
The seeds fall down from the bin, goes right down the tunnel, and it drops in one at a time. You just walk along.
Somebody will stick that in the corner of their cabin, and it'll look great there. And I'm going to offer you the $5 on this because it's got pieces missing. Look, it's missing the back.
It's missing the strap. Are you trying to make $1 million or what?
Well, no, but I'm trying to make at least 5 or 10 on it.
But that's red.
Yeah, it's red too. Yeah. So what do you want for it then?
$10.
$10.
I tell you what, Roger, that Teresa's a lucky woman. She's got humor constantly,
Could you
doesn't
say
she?
that a little louder, please?
Scott, did you check out the guitar?
Yeah, take it. That's an antique.
Oh, yeah, there's a guitar. Look at that. It's an old Quebec guitar. Norman, unfortunately, the back of it's pulled right off.
That's well worth the $5 you're going to spend on it.
For $5, you get a deal.
Okay, that's good, because when you see the other one,
So that's not just the case for this one?
No, the other one is the valuable one, and it's worth a heck of a lot more than $5.
So 10? I'm always hoping for an old Martin or an old Gibson, an old Epiphone, but pull out this old, weird Stewart, I think it was.
But it looks nice, doesn't it?
And they made a bunch of those for the department stores in the 30s, 40s, and early 50s. There are some guys like Jack White from the White Stripes. He plays old guitars like this.
Excellent, and well worth the $15.
Okay. You get a deal.
Okay.
That made my pick so far. Let's go down and check out the shop.
All right.
So here we go.
Whole new ball game. I immediately spotted a photo on the wall. Hey, that's interesting. I think Scott was trying to nudge me out of the way.
Well, I think we both reached for it at the same time because as soon as you can't miss that when you see it there, right?
Yeah. I just happened to have the edge on him this time because I'm a little older and a little wiser.
I think it was more that I thought I was going to get my hand bitten off if I reached for it.
That's an old photograph. Those Indians were heading to the reservation after they were forced to go there.
Roger had a pretty good idea that he had something good there.
This is one of the more valuable prints right here. And it's not a $50 picture.
Yeah, that's a great little photo.
It's got everything in there. It's got bows and arrows, a few muskets. You see the horses at the back, the teepees, the cooking pots.
On this, you have a price in mind. It's
$200.
I'd say 100.
150, not a penny less.
You know, Sheldon, I know it's good. I just don't know how good it is.
It's very good.
Well, tell you what, I didn't want to leave without it, because it could be the key to our day. Why don't I bend over backwards this time, because we'll get you back on something else. 150 it is.
Could be a famous image, it could be just one-off image. We don't know that. Why don't we just put that back up there for safekeeping?
That's a gamble. I don't mind taking it all.
I'm guessing that's the barn.
That's it.
I keep looking at that barn and those wide planks.
That's for sale, too. We think it's built in the 1860s, and they even have the old hex signs to keep the devils out of the barn.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Just the sort of structure you don't see in our part of the world. Wow, look at the timbers.
Is this thing safe to walk on?
Yeah, I go up there all the time.
Want to feel how heavy this is and tell me if you want to move this across the country before we ask Roger about it?
I guess it depends on whether he's got a price per pound or not.
No, it's not by pound, $20.
Sold.
Okay, load it up.
Do I have a say in this?
Absolutely. I've got a spot for you to sleep for the rest of the pick.
Yeah, thanks for that.
The setting is great. I love the barn. And Roger is also colorful.
Well, this one's promising. It says junk.
It says Mum's Junk.
Is Mum's Junk? Can I look at it?
Sure. $5 for the box.
This one's Cheese Ball 70s with the Cheese Ball 70s coffee
Okay,
pot
$1
design.
for the box. My last offer right now.
Roger,
Just give us a second to make sure.
isn't Teresa going to give you a rough time?
She's not here.
Getting a kick out of them. We're having some fun, and that's why Scott and I are pickers, is we're here for the fun of it.
You'll be losing sleep tonight if you don't take it.
And to make a buck along the way.
I'll be losing sleep if I do.
How about this? Watch this.
He thought that cash register was the holy grail. That's an oldie, there's no question about it.
You know they wholesale for $200 to $400.
And I always have a laugh with guys like him because he's pointing to stuff that I couldn't care less about.
You're getting to the good stuff now. 1894.
Old don't always mean gold.
And we're looking at stuff that, what is that? That he's going, oh, why would they want that? Perfect.
It's an old solid oak butcher table.
How big is it?
7 or 8 feet, 3/4 inch. How about old doors?
He obviously had no interest in that table whatsoever. That would make a great kitchen table in a big country home, wouldn't it, Sheldon?
Yeah.
Make me an
Question
offer.
is,
I'm feeling weak.
we got to stand it up and make sure that it's actually gonna stay together. Man, it's heavy.
It'll hold 300 pounds, 400 pounds.
It had honest wear. It had green alligator finish on it.
Oh, yeah, that'll work, eh?
$50.
He just wanted that thing gone.
Done. Sold. That one's a moneymaker.
Man, that's a heavy pig. No pun intended.
That was an interesting pick until we got to the load up, and that's when I got a workout.
That was a lot of heavy lifting. Now that's an Ontario guitar case, Sheldon.
Are you gonna take this picture up front with you?
Yeah, please.
Those pants are great too. Those pants are perfect for picking.
What do you want for them?
I'll sell them for $15.
Do you have anything in a 35?
No, you gotta lose a couple pounds.
So far, I'm going at a rate of about 2 pounds a pick.
Well, that was a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a load.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
If we can ever figure out a way, we're coming back for this barn.
Perfect.
You know where I live.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, bye-bye. He was funny.
He was.
Roger's humor is going to stick with me for a while, and hopefully his merchandise doesn't. I'm going to remember Southern Ontario most for the people we met.
I'm tired, though. That was a lot of heavy lifting.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed I got the heavy end of everything today, too.
I noticed that, too.
I think I'm going to have like maybe a couple barley sandwiches to get rid of that pain I got in my back right now.
I don't know if I want to part with that beauty.
Hey, I thought we already had a discussion about that.
I'm thinking about a career change. I can struck with the best of them now. Bada bing, bada boom.
We're talking $3,500 for that book.
$1,000.
$35,000?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. You are my kind of man.
$350?
Holy smokes.
This isn't the smartest thing I've ever done.
We both zeroed in. Ka-ching.
Wow. I'm Scott Cousins.
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
And we're pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and bars. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us.
Scott, come on. It's garage sailing day. We want to be the first there, and we're looking to scoop everybody and find some good things.
I sort of like to wait till the last possible second to get out of bed.
We gotta do some picking.
Sorry, but I was strategizing with a couple of boys down in the corner last night.
So much for being the first one there.
Did you get your coffee black like I like it?
My coffee black like you like it.
Exactly.
So PEI's never been here before. Did you realize that PEI was the smallest province?
It looks like you got a new map this time.
I'm hoping that I can't get lost. The Spud province. Oh, did you know that? It's that iron oxide in that red soil that makes those spuds grow so well.
It's known for its potatoes. It makes sense.
It's advertised as the 70-mile garage sale. It's been going on for years.
There's hundreds of people that set up their stuff on the lawns across the island.
So what would be the plan of attack?
We just hit the garage sale running. You go your way, I'll go my way. We grab anything that's good and then move it along as quickly as we can to the next one.
Oh, there we go.
95% of the garage sales you stop at will be landfill. Do they have 2 tables of child's clothing at the front and a bunch of toys? Because those people are unlikely to have the kind of stuff we're looking to buy.
Not a lot there, Scott.
There should be a garage sale etiquette that you have to display your stuff so that as you drive by, you can decide whether you want to stop.
Here we go.
Oh, there's an old set of theater seats there.
We'll just wheel the banner up. Hey, how you doing this morning? These theater seats, where do they come from? Local?
I believe they came from Charlottetown. Somebody said they could have been out of the old theater that burnt.
What do you want for these?
I'd like to get $20 from them.
Would you take 15?
All right.
Done.
Okay.
First deal of the day.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Can't help but make some money on that. We should triple or quadruple our money. I's the guys that buys the buys and use the guys that sell them. That's kind of the reason I like this freestyling, you know, the garage sailing. It's a haphazard kind of a who knows what's next.
Looks like a drive-by to me, doesn't it? Look like a drive-by to
other
you?
than the pumpkins look great.
Yeah.
And they got some corn and potatoes.
See you later. You just got to move. There's enough stuff that I think it's worth a stop because every second you spend there is a second you're not somewhere else and somebody's going to get there before you and maybe get a better pick.
Really tough sell.
It's pretty. How much do they want for it?
200.
Yeah, at 50 it would have been a good buy.
Exactly.
There's some good stuff there, aren't there?
We rolled up to the Rainbow Lodge, the B&B at the side of the road. Scott. I kind of thought we might be in a little bit of trouble because there were a lot of price tags, sort of professional price tags.
It's been dug up, that one.
It was virtually a shop set up at the side of the road.
See the nice little rocker?
What's it got on it?
Whose is it and how much is it?
Probably a Pagan rocker, 75.
75. It's just top nut on that. We can't get more than that for it. You're not leaving any money on the table, that's for sure. That is the top of the market. If you have a really good day and get a really motivated buyer, you're getting top nut. And we're not paying top nut. It's cute.
Very much. We were looking for low nut.
Or no nut.
Well, Scott, I don't know. Keep the ball rolling, eh?
It's all about luck sometimes because I spotted the big piece of pool pottery, the green vase, and as I'm going for the vase, I see the photo there. Just good luck. What are the odds of that? Calgary. It's from Calgary. And where'd you get the photo from?
I picked that up at an auction sale. The lady just spoke to me. She reminds me of an old Apple doll.
Strong squaw.
Yeah, exactly.
This was a classic scene of an old woman. Fabulous photograph, hand-colored. Would you take 20 on it?
Absolutely, of course.
Excellent. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
That's something we could get $100 to $150 for back in Calgary.
Okay. All right, Scott, break the ice.
Yeah. This is a classic example of guys that know their stuff, but they don't know everything.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Are we ready?
Let's sail away.
He knows the PEI stuff, and it's priced top of the market. The only reason we got that native picture cheap is because he didn't know the market.
Good eye on that one, Scott.
If that had been a blue nose from the same era, they would have had quadruple the amount of money they had on it.
I'd say we got to head towards Point Prim. Now, I had a lead on Ivy's place. It's a little bit off the beaten path.
It's pretty country here, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. But now I can't even tell what direction we're going in. If you keep turning right, eventually you go in a circle, don't you?
You want to angle left here?
I believe we do.
No, we can't.
Whoa.
No, we can't. There's no way. Is that the 211? Trade you in for a GPS. It's dead-ended. Where does it dead end?
Here, you take a look. That helps. Look at it upside down.
We're either all together going the right way or the wrong way. Excuse me. Hello? Sheldon is really good at sniffing out leads. How do you get to Prim Point?
Point Prim?
Yeah.
10 miles.
But he's not real good at getting us to them. Okay, perfect. Thanks. I love those accents.
Well, Scott, I must confess, only I could get lost on an island with one road on it.
Just a second, Point Prim, right?
All right, let's turn in and see what we can find.
The outside was just the window dressing.
Nice paint job on that door, isn't it?
Yeah.
That looks good. Hey, this looks promising.
Ivy?
Ivy, yes.
Hi. Sheldon.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Scott.
It says art gallery out front. Is it always open as an art gallery?
Yes, it is.
And then you've just brought some antiques and stuff in here?
Yes.
Well, I'm spotting some things that I'm interested in. And I found a set of oak steps. Great little set of stairs. What would you take for that? It's marked 20. Could you do 15?
Sure.
All right. I love the spool-turn bed.
Now, this is quite a bed. This came out of the Point Prim Lighthouse. My grandfather ran the lighthouse. So this is something we want to make sure that stays in the family.
Sure. What about the quilt on top of it?
We'll go $5.
Can't go wrong for $5. I'm looking at that. There was a long, narrow photo. It was actually Canadian ships going off during the Second World War. What would you want for that, Ivy?
You bring a number at me on that one.
How about 70?
Sure.
And then the mother piped in and said, no.
What's your name, dear?
Eleanor.
Eleanor, are you?
The painter.
Ah, okay.
She says 80.
She's the boss, I take it.
How that one she is, yeah.
We'll take a shot at 80.
Ivy, what is that thing hanging from the ceiling?
It's a little mast for a boat.
What would the price be on something like that?
I have to speak with my mother on that one.
She's hard, though.
There's a quilt stand.
This one is made out of local driftwood. My brother Gilbert made it.
Sheldon and I are snapping off. What do you want for this?
I'd go 25.
What do you want for that? How much would you need out of the tin? We're making deals.
How's 20 for you?
$5.
We'll go that today.
Done.
Yeah, sure.
$20 it is on the sleigh.
So anyone that's got this much stuff that's sort of collectible, they got something hiding in the house somewhere. And you've got a sign on the, just as you walk in the door with the guy shooting the grizzly bear.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking to myself, you know what, if we can buy enough stuff that she thinks we're serious, what do you need out of that sign?
Not sure about that one. Give me an offer.
We might get into the house. $20? And if that happens, we might get something good.
You got it.
Okay. Done. We're in. She realizes that we're prepared to pay some money, and I think she thinks, well, maybe I got a few things that I'd like out at the house that I could let go. Okay, go ahead. The difference between a good picker and a not-so-good picker is the ability to work your way in to the back recesses where the other people don't get to go.
Look at the view, Scott.
Oh, just amazing. A, you get to see things no one else sees.
Wow. Yeah, what a great room. Oh, I love it.
B, there's no competition.
Wow.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, what a great room. Ivy, this is just incredible. You have a knack.
I really like Ivy's style. Very eclectic bunch of stuff that all works.
And it turns out on Prince Edward Island, it's an old, established community. There's lots of cast-offs. You've got the touch, though, Ivy.
She takes found objects, she takes broken things, useless things, and turns them into really interesting things in this green painted piece.
Yeah.
Is that something you'd sell?
No, I don't think so, because it just sort of suits the little green theme.
The ship's wheel, that's an interesting thing.
Yeah, my father made that. He was a fisherman and a farmer. When farming and fishing slowed down in his later years, he got into this woodworking, and he loved to make anything that was related to nautical.
You got any of those real ones hanging around here anywhere?
I don't know.
What's that, Ivy?
No, that is a ship's lavatory. That's quite a rare item.
Pieces like that lavatory are a bit of a mixed bag.
And this would be called the slosh bucket.
And I'm not really a big fan of dealing in toiletware. Oh, I see something I like. What about your trunk? And look at that great green.
Yeah.
The patina's nice, the picture's nice. Look, is that a touchable or an untouchable?
I did the picture, and I hate to part with that one.
You did a heck of a good job. I'm hoping to make a deal on something good inside that cottage. Well, is there somewhere we can go to find something we can buy? And then I think as we were walking by, I think it was you, Sheldon, spotted that beautiful table.
Oh, yes.
Truth, loyalty, union.
Yeah, it's just bizarre. Like,
Yeah, so unusual.
the Mason symbol's unmistakable. All the insignias for the Freemasons are on that. You kept all your silver or whatever it was you used for your ceremonies in there.
Right.
It was some sort of ceremonial table that they would have used when they were doing the secret rites of their organization.
Yeah, very Gothic, isn't it?
I really want that table.
Well, would you part with that?
Really want that table.
Oh, it's hard.
If all she's using it for is a microwave holder, there's a chance we might be able to get that thing.
What would you offer me for something like that? That's like something that you just wouldn't. It's hard to put a price on because there are not that many of them around.
Because she didn't know what it was worth. So what did you have to pay for it when you got it?
Oh man, that's a while ago.
And I didn't know what it was worth, frankly.
It was quite a bit, maybe $275.
But you know what? I'm gonna see if I can almost double her money on that. You'd pay $500 for something like that, right? I wasn't leaving there without it if I could help it.
I'll have to think about it for a few minutes.
He wasn't gonna monkey around, so.
Oh, I'll consider it. Yeah.
Ivy thought about it a little bit.
We'll make a deal then.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get the truck over here. I was elated. It's a one of a kind.
Thank you very much.
Ivy?
I am so happy, absolutely elated. It's the best thing we've seen on this trip.
That was a lot of fun with Ivy.
Couldn't be two better guys.
Okay, good.
That was great. That was a lot of fun.
Thanks a lot, Ivy.
Thank
really
you
nice
so
to
much.
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And then she says, down the road, I got a brother who might have some things for you.
See you, Ivy.
Off we go.
As usual, Sheldon has sniffed out another lead for us.
Gilbert. Apparently he likes to collect driftwood, create some furniture.
If he collects anything like she collects, there might be some stuff there.
Here we go.
This one right here?
Gilbert's.
Did you tell Gilbert we were coming?
No, surprise attack on Gilbert.
Oh, you gotta love that.
Yeah. Hey, look at the tides going out. It's just incredible. We strolled into the boathouse. There was all kinds of cool stuff, and I immediately noticed a guy shucking oysters.
You must be Gilbert.
Yes. Hi,
Ivy
Scott.
sent us down here to see you.
Oh, very
She said
good.
you might have some stuff for us to look at.
And I'm Sheldon.
Hi, Sheldon. Nice
Yeah.
to meet you.
Yeah, we bought a few things from Ivy. She said, come on down the road. You'd shuck us some oysters.
Oh, I'm an oyster fisherman. And so I'm selling oysters here today, and people are just slurping them right up. I just love fishing them, I love shucking them, and I love eating them.
Well, no offense, Gilbert, but quit talking about it and shuck me an oyster or
Oh,
two,
well,
please.
sure.
Yeah. You pick, I'll eat oysters.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Now, this is going to be the best oyster that you ever had in your life.
So I'm looking up and down and sideways and across, and I see up in the rafters, looks like you get an anchor.
Yeah.
What's
yeah.
that anchor off?
Oh,
Can I go up and haul it down?
yeah, it's just off a small boat, sure. Yeah, no problem. That's an oldie.
That's a good piece of iron, isn't it?
What would you want for something like that?
Oh, that there, 25 bucks.
Done.
That's a steal at that 25 bucks.
Got to take one of those home, eh,
Gotta
Scott?
take one of those home to Calgary. Done.
Oh.
We don't see anchors, real anchors from boats in Alberta.
If your conscience bothers you now at that price, you can correct it here.
Could you not distract Gilbert from doing some shucking here?
sorry.
So you make furniture out of driftwood.
I do. Yes, I enjoy working with driftwood.
So I asked Gilbert, do you have any of your driftwood furniture? And sure enough,
I got one piece left. I got one piece right over there behind that click reel.
the real killer piece that we saw was a little table.
If I can interrupt you again from your eating, what do you need on this piece of driftwood furniture?
What do you mean?
What would you sell it for?
Oh, that's a good question. I just made it last winter. That was my last one I made, and that's the only one I have.
I'm looking at the table. I want the table. It's a one of a kind. There's not going to be anything like it out in Calgary. And if Sheldon or I don't fight each other for it, we're going to put a pretty good price on that thing.
This is going to be the most difficult moment of anything I've done here today, is to put a price on that table.
Is that right?
Yeah. You're going to have to help me.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't like setting the price because one of two things happens. I overpay or I insult them. And I don't want to do either.
I have a little idea. See that footstool over there with the fishing scene on it? Yeah. I sold one of those to a doctor in Lethbridge, Alberta.
Once he starts talking about how much he got out of a guy in Lethbridge,
$360.
Whoa!
For a footstool.
I'm sorry, I'm out.
What's a night table going to be worth?
I guess it depends on whether you sell it to the guy from Lethbridge or not.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to confer with my picking partner on this.
Yeah.
Did you ever throw a little Worcester or anything like that on top of it?
No.
You just want the oyster.
I want that straight flavor that's just bubbling over.
I can appreciate you don't need it.
Why would you mask it?
I'm always looking on walls and inside rafters because that's where people shove signs or door pushes.
Hey, did you come up with a price on the table?
I'm waiting for Scott.
So I look up and I see some license plates. So I went and grabbed the whole piled out.
Oh my word, look what he's digging into here now.
I think he hadn't seen him in 20 years.
You gotta hide stuff really well for Scott not to find it.
When I opened them up, and the first one was a motorcycle, a pretty good one from the 60s. The next one was real good because it was a tractor plate. You don't see those very often. It was from the 50s.
Yeah.
What would you want for these two?
Oh, the tractor and the motorcycle. I have no idea. No, you'll have to help me out again.
$5 each. 10 for the pair.
No, we'll have to make it. We'll have to make it $10 each.
You're just trying to get me back because you think I got a good deal on the anchor.
Well, I did give you a terrific deal on the anchor.
You got a couple more up there, I noticed.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. You want to get rid of those too?
Why not? You want to collect up enough stuff, we'll give you a deal for volume.
Yeah, because that's a little steep for me, but we'll figure out on that. But let's go get the other two anchors down.
It works to our benefit to package things, but even better than that, he's gonna make a deal and I can just eat oysters. Maybe I should take the hot seat and we'll let a prairie boy do a little shucking for a while.
Sure, I'll teach you how to do it.
Yeah, I know I can shuck oysters and eat them at the same time.
Hey, Sheldon.
Yeah?
Here's another one.
Do it. Yeah. And get in there and twist. There you go.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, this is the way. Oh, my word. I don't know if I want to part with that beauty.
Hey, I thought we already had a discussion about that.
That is a classic. That's to hold a lobster fishing boat. That'll hold a lobster boat. That'll never move.
Anchors away.
All right.
Oh.
Now, this old rusty one.
That's definitely made in a forge, eh?
That one, though, it got dropped at some point and laid at the bottom until somebody swept it back up again, I think.
I probably drug that up when I was scallop fishing.
So you don't have much money into it?
Just a tank of gas.
That's right, true.
It's a great life, really, picking with Scott.
So I figure if 25 is on the one that's slightly better, than this should be a little bit cheaper, and then this one should be a little bit more. We've now realized there's not any one spectacular item in there that we're going to make a bunch of money on. So now we're going for volume. So how about if we say...
Say nothing. Why don't you throw the table in?
Oh, yeah. I'm still interested. Right. I was just a bit scared there for a second.
Yeah. No, you don't have to be. You don't have to be. You don't. If we said $300 for that table and take it from there.
He comes back to me on the table. I don't come back to him on it. I know we've got a chance then.
If you could just come up with some price that you're comfortable with.
See, I have to then talk to my partner in crime here, right? Before I do that.
And I'm thinking about a career change.
Yeah.
Picking's too hard. I can shuck with the best of them now.
This was fun to him too, just like it was fun to us.
You don't have to get that hook feeling at all.
How about 300 for the table and the anchors? And then I'll give you your 20 bucks for the 2 plates.
You couldn't sleep tonight.
Well, I could, yeah, no problem. I think we should just shake at $320 and call it a day. And was just waiting for the shake. It's pretty hard to walk away from a shake, right?
Sure.
You got it.
All right. Why don't I shuck you an oyster? Celebrate.
Yeah, why not? To have 2 prairie pickers, I'll tell you, that's quite a unique experience.
Beautiful. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
So I'm going to haul these outside while Sheldon pays.
I'm just going to have another couple of oysters.
You guys are too much.
Now, what are we going to do with these boat anchors? I'm just overjoyed with this.
Gilbert, a pleasure. It was fun. I'm glad Ivy sent us down here.
Yeah,
We had some fun.
I'm glad too.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
I tell you guys are great guys to come on the property. And
Well, not only did you make money off him, because he ate about 20 oysters, he also shucked a bunch for you from the night. Thanks, Gilbert.
Thanks again, Gilbert.
All right,
You take care. Yeah, but I went away happy and content as an otter.
Gilbert was quite a character, wasn't he?
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of oysters.
Yeah. So this is a hot lead. We're going to the Lucy Maud Montgomery Museum, run by some relatives, Robert and Paul.
When you pick for going to Anna Green Gables Museum, when I pick for going like to Wild Bill Hickok's museum, okay? So that's the Village of Anne of Green Gables. There's Avonlea.
It's a museum that's closing down, and we've been told that things are going to be sold, so we're first in there.
It's going to be interesting to see if there's anything we can buy at a reasonable price. That's the key.
Could be an unbelievable opportunity.
I'm hoping.
Could be the pick of the decade. Sorry, we're closed. Except for us.
Yeah, that's right. She played in that house.
Good morning, I'm Robert Montgomery.
She touched the things that are in that house, and that's really important. Lucy Maud Montgomery is a Canadian icon. If we can have anything associated with her, we're gonna have a real serious market for that piece.
This house is where her father grew up, and she spent a lot of time here, especially as a young girl, and she writes about this house in 9 of her books.
So before you start, are you selling this piece by piece, or are you trying to sell everything at once? What are you trying to do?
I hope someone will buy it, everything.
My heart sort of sinks a little bit at that point.
Lock, stock, and barrel.
Yeah. It would be a shame to see it broke up.
We're not here to buy a house.
I really like PEI, but I'm not sure I want to be in the museum business.
We're here to cherry pick, hopefully, the best items out of there that we can try and sell and make some money on. Well, let's see where we go. Why don't you show us some stuff?
Okay.
One of the first items that Robert showed us was a green Staffordshire dog.
Recognized by Lucy Maud fans worldwide.
It was a reoccurring theme in her books.
When she was a little girl here, there was a pair of these green spotted dogs. In her diaries, she says that her father would always tell her stories about them. They were called Gog and Magog. Unfortunately, its mate Gog took a fall many, many years ago.
And it was a reoccurring theme in her books.
The piece was broken, okay? It had a huge hairline up the front, a huge hairline on the back. Sheldon would say it was a $20 item in anybody else's possession. Hey, what would you sell the dog for?
It's not for sale.
Robert said he'd refused tens of thousands of dollars for the piece.
And he wouldn't have sold it anyway.
These are kind of interesting. a rating set. They were also brought over on a sailing ship in 1775.
As much as I love museums and I love Anna Green Gables memorabilia, we're here to buy today. We're not here to see a museum.
There's only 10 of these autographs known in existence where she drew the little cat after her name.
I see that, yeah. Have you had any offers on that?
In fact, just yesterday, a writer from Michigan was in here. He was looking at 35.
Wow. And that we're talking $3,500 for that book.
$1,000.
$35,000?
Oh, yes.
Whoa. Wow. If that book's worth $35,000, I'm eating Sheldon's hat.
Yeah. Are you contemplating the offer, Robert?
No.
Robert's showing us the major dollar pieces.
Moving on.
I'm kind of a cut to the chase guy. Is there something that my buddy here and I are going to buy?
I have no idea.
Here's what my proposal is. Let's walk into the room, and I'm just going to point out some things that I'm interested in, and you can say yes or no, they're for sale or they're not for sale.
Yeah.
Okay? Does that work?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sure. Well, I'm trying to salvage either our time.
This flowery cup, of course, was her grandfather's. It was a mustache cup to keep the mustache out of the coffee.
Or walk out of there with something.
What about your cowboy boot, Jack? That one's a new one, but this one's an old one.
Yeah, I might sell you the new one.
I want the old one. I don't want the new one.
Scott and I are telepathically thinking, let's zoom in on one piece that we maybe can buy, and we both zeroed in on Gog and Magog.
Seeing as I can't buy the real green dog, what about the rug that's on the wall? It's visually beautiful. It's saleable in and of its own right. Forget the Lucy Maud Montgomery Association.
It was handmade, of course. My mother hooked that. She would have been nearly 80 years old.
So now we've got the story connection, we've got the family connection.
What would you want for something like that if you were to sell it?
Make me an offer.
Tell me what would make you happy.
300.
300. I'm getting some resistance, mental telepathic resistance from Sheldon. How about 200 bucks? It's worth about 50 bucks other than the fact that your mom did it with Gog and Magog on it.
Let's split the difference.
2 1/4 then?
That's a good split.
275. And we'll split the difference.
You're not going to take advantage of an islander, I'll tell you that right now. I'd say that's such a good piece. Let's go the 250, and at least we're not walking out of here empty-handed.
Done.
Okay.
And I'm happy to have that. Real happy to have that. I had no idea what it was worth, but somebody will want it and somebody will pay. We don't get the chance too often as pickers to walk on the steps and walk on the floorboards that Lucy Maud Montgomery or somebody important like that walked on. And so if for no other reason than getting the rug and doing that, it was a good day. Well, Robert, it was a real pleasure. Pleasure meeting you. You're a hard man to do business
Thanks,
with, but we did some business.
We thanked Robert and his son, Paul. They were very gracious.
And I hope somebody steps to the plate, buys that, keeps it intact, and does something with it.
We're on our way to the northeastern corner of PEI to go see Leonce and Elaine. Leonce is quite the collector.
He doesn't sell, he just accumulates and stores it. And we're hoping that we're hitting virgin territory.
This would be the place.
Oh, look, there's an old Dodge Dart. Love that Dart swinger.
Yeah. You'd be Elaine.
I'd be Elaine.
Hi, I'm Sheldon.
Sheldon.
Leonce, nice to meet you.
Tell me, what's the story with all the stuff you got?
I like old stuff. I always had the feeling for old stuff. That's why I collect.
We were hoping that maybe we'd be doing some buying today.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Oh, God, this is going to be like pulling teeth. Okay, so you're sort of new at this.
Yeah, I'm new.
Oh, yeah, there's a few things in here I can see already. We wandered along into that first building, and it was just loaded with stuff.
Now, tell me how you end up with most of this stuff.
But just went to buy some wood.
So you've acquired most of this stuff literally by going out to buy wood and you see stuff hanging around and you either buy it or ask them if you can take it.
Good part of it. There's a lot of people making fun of me because I collect that crap. You for one.
Me for one.
One way to find out whether we're going to do any business or not is pick an item we like, think we can make a buck on, and see if Leonce is ready to sell.
How much? I pick up a mallard duck decoy, hold it up.
Oh, $10.
Done. Beautiful. First deal of the day.
I got some lot better one than that.
Well, then let's go look at it.
Now we're in action, I guess.
Oh,
Bada bing, bada boom.
Hey, a couple portholes.
We could use those.
Yeah, we could always use those.
We asked Leonce about them.
All I know, they're old.
So you don't know
And
what
all I
ship
know,
they
the
came
ship,
on?
no, I don't know.
Guys like to decorate their bars with them. I've seen them made as mirrors. So what would you need for something like that?
Because it's you, $8.
For Elaine's sake,
Yeah.
we'll take them. Hey, we buy every porthole in Prince Edward Island for $8.
I don't have to clean them, do I?
You don't have to clean
Good.
anything.
Good.
Wow, the scale is great, Leonce. They're really decorative items, quite often used as coffee tables. They'll put a piece of plate glass over top of them. What would it take to wrestle it from you?
That's 1 1/4. 125 for that.
Would you take 100?
Yeah, I would.
Sold. And that...
You okay with that, Elaine?
I only paid 44.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I think Leonce was smiling so much because he knew what we were paying him and he knew what he paid for that stuff.
Watch yourself, Scott.
It looks like there's some sort of a gaff hook or a harpoon or something up here. I always love to climb up and see what's up above.
Holy smokes.
This isn't the smartest thing I've ever done.
Don't break your neck.
I'll try not to. Because a lot of times people take cool things and they'll just pitch them up there and forget about them.
I don't even know what's up there. Some stuff been up there for 25 years.
Jeez. Wow, what is that?
That's for rolling logs.
Rolling logs?
Yeah, I did use it when I was young.
Looks
Big
dangerous.
logs. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
PV, that's what they
He
call it.
called him a PV.
Yeah.
What does a PV sell for these days?
These here, $20.
It's pretty cool. Who doesn't want a log roller?
We're in for a PV
You're
for
in
20.
For a PV.
I'll have to get you to roll logs before you go.
Yeah. Well, they were having a good time. Scott and I were having a good time.
How did you get this stuff up here?
I get the wife to put it up when I'm busy.
Would you like some help up there?
I'm a little worried at this point because my pickin' buddy is up there dangling from the rafters. Scott, can you reach that tire there?
Yeah, although it's in real rough shape.
Wow, that's a score.
That's a bicycle wheel.
That's a very
Wooden wheel. That's
very old bicycle wheel, that one. That's a rare, rare piece.
Yeah.
I'm guessing 1880, 1890. They're early. This is very, very unique.
Yeah.
So brace me, Leon. Hit me with your best shot. You guys are fun to do business with. I'll tell you why. You smile when you do business, and I love that.
$25.
It's for somebody that's interested in early bicycle paraphernalia. Those don't come along very often. Okay, sold. Let's take it and let's keep the ball rolling. Can I ask you about the skis? What would you want for them before I make Scott crawl up there again?
You know how old they are, those?
Holy cow, those are oldies.
Yeah.
The guy that died must have been close to 100, and those were his skis.
As a kid, probably.
Yeah.
I've handled lots of pairs of skis, and I think that might be the oldest
I didn't know he had those either.
and the most folksy and probably the most valuable pair of skis that I've ever handled. What's it gonna take for us to ski all the way home to Alberta?
You're gonna have to climb up there and put it back on.
Yeah, that's right.
That's part of my strategy.
No, those are expensive.
Well, I'm thinking $40.
Them, oh, you'll never get that for that.
No?
They're made out of birch. They're hand carved. I would have to get 75 for those, so they'll stay here for the wife.
60.
Deal.
Deal.
I was going to make that deal for you.
I like you.
I think I want to deal with you on this.
Sure, let's go.
Gas Boy of Canada. I must confess, never seen another little one like that. Where'd you find that, Leonce?
I found that from a local farmer around here that quit farming about 50 years ago that had that at his place.
Very unusual. What would it take for Scott and I to drive this one out of here?
$200.
I'd like it better at 150.
Yeah, I guess I would.
At 100.5, that's gold to a picker. That was good fun.
That was fun?
So where do we go from here?
Well, we'll go to the barn. There's a few things up there.
Oh my.
Don't break your neck.
Don't trip over it.
I have never seen so much stuff.
You got more here than a lot of stores now.
You are my kind of man.
Yeah.
In one small place.
You'll find everything in here.
Wow.
Hey, Leonce, I found a treasure here.
What do you have? Solid brass, side,
Yeah.
the whole thing's made out of
I
brass.
can tell by the green on the side of it that it's brass.
That's right. $0.35. There was nothing over it all of them.
It was in working condition. What do you think, Scott? Do we want to haul a cash register across the country?
Only if the price is right.
I had a guy here that offered me $700 for it.
Probably a little too rich for our blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't let it go.
So we left that one sit there and carried on picking. Leonce, would you part with this?
I'll give it 25.
Great.
But the dynamic is going good for us right now. $5 on the tractor plate.
Yeah.
So,
you can have it.
And how about the mini ship wheel?
Oh, that's a pretty ship wheel.
So we're just holding something up and saying, how much?
$10.
Done.
We're making deal. $5?
You can have
Perfect.
In Alcock's from England.
After deal.
What would you like for that, Leonce?
$60 for the 3?
Yeah, I'll let it go.
After deal.
Oh, $25.
Settle on 20.
$10 on your 78 record player. There.
$10.
Well, nobody plays 78s anymore.
If you double that up, you might get it.
So 15.
Ah, 15, I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Deal.
Wheeling and dealing.
Where did you get this?
Oh, that's a long history off that one. It was hard to get.
I'm sure it was. It's in decent shape. It's a nice decorative thing.
How heavy is
Copper.
It's not nearly as heavy as it
No.
looks. It's probably
Might be
maybe
20
30
pounds,
pounds.
30 pounds.
I know those things sell for a lot of money. How much would it take to take this out of the attic and put it in our truck? And I get that sly little
450.
That is a killer piece. It's an absolute beaut of an item.
That's a special helmet.
$350?
So.
And now you gotta.
Just because it's you.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, we'll pack our stuff up. We'll see you outside. I can't stop thinking about that cash register because you just don't see those little ones very often.
We're losing our light rapidly, so we're gonna throw these things in the truck.
I thought, you know what? And if I can get that baby out to the truck, I might have a chance to get it. Wait! Leonce, I couldn't leave without one more time saying 500, going once.
Yeah, deal.
All right. Love that cash register. Love that deal. Perfect way to end the deal. Hey, thanks a lot.
Thanks again. All right, bye-bye. That was the most fun pick I think I've had in a long, long time, maybe ever.
Why do we keep buying heavy stuff?
You gotta drive with that on. Good pick.
Wow. You don't get those every day, do you? Yeah, you know you had a good day when you're leaving when the lights are gone.
So we're off to see Aubrey Bell, local appraiser, see how we did on some of those picks.
Always like to get somebody else's opinion.
This must be the place.
We always buy stuff with the hope we're going to make a lot of money on everything. And, you know, sometimes we don't do as well as others.
Well, Aubrey, we sure appreciate you taking a look at a few things for us. He's got a pretty good feel of the market, and I'm curious to hear what he's going to say.
It's a bit grimy and a bit dirty, but it's a pretty good one, we thought.
Yeah, the National Cash Register is very popular. Can you open it up for me?
Oh, yeah. Perfect working condition. We'll just bring in a sale for 35 cents.
500?
Yeah, deal.
All right.
Boy, I'll tell you, that's going to be a real find for somebody. You could be into it 1,000, 1,500.
Excellent. Yeah. Take a look at this kind of unusual
Masonic piece.
You just never know what somebody's going to do appraising a unique item like that.
Pretty nice. They don't make them like this anymore. The collectors of that kind of material tend to be rather cautious when it comes to spending a lot of money. So that could hold it back a little bit. I'm not sure what you paid for this one.
Scott threw out $500.
We'll make a deal then.
If we were to have it in the shop, we'd probably be trying to retail it in the $1,500, $2,000 range.
Ka-ching.
Where I'm coming from, I'm going to put a massive price on that thing. And if somebody says, how can you get to that number? I'm going to say, go find another one. Now, I got a piece of oddball for you.
And here's the one we're really curious about. It's got a connection to Prince Edward Island, of course. To me, a good appraisal is one that's based upon other similar items selling.
Aubrey, we got this off the wall of the museum that is in the house of Lucy Maud Montgomery's grandparents.
Much more difficult when we're talking about maybe an appraisal based on provenance or a unique item that there's not a lot to compare to.
This is a really nice piece. That hooked rug by itself, I could see it retailing for $200, $300, $400. But because it was made by a relative of Lucy Maud Montgomery, that moves it into a whole different plane. There are a lot of serious Lucy Maud Montgomery collectors, and I can see any one of them being interested in having a piece like this.
It's something we paid $250 for.
I don't see any reason why you couldn't get at least $750, $1,000, maybe even $1,500.
That's great news.
Ka-ching.
The bells were just going off. I think if we let him stand there and look at it for about another 10 seconds, it would have been up to 2,000. But I love it. We really appreciate that.
Every once in a while, we hit on a treasure, and that was the piece of Prince Edward Island. We bought some great stuff, but that's the piece we're going to score on.
Another good day, another good appraisal.
That's really what picking's all about. We're going to make a few bucks. We're going to have lots of fun doing it. We're driving away with about as much as we can handle.
I want to miss PEI. This place is good fun. I really love the landscape.
And everybody's got a little more time for you. They're really friendly.
Yeah, and good picking, too.
Yeah.
It's turned out to be as good as we'd hoped.
I think we barely scratched the surface.
What would you want for it?
$500.
Oh, yeah.
Sheldon.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone you know?
Scott.
I could scare you.
Scare me then. Bit of a whirly gig up here.
Go pick, Scott. Go find us a treasure.
Don't you know it's better to give than to receive?
So give me a good price.
It's always tough to part with a good item.
That's a beaut. I'm Scott Cousins.
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
And we're pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and barns. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us.
Don't jump, Scott. It's not that bad. Beautiful morning. We're in Peggy's Cove, Nova Scotia.
Oh, you gotta come here. Check this out.
There's the big swell coming in.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. Let's head back up, grab the map, and take a look and see where we're going.
Nova Scotia, here we come. All right. Several picks.
Okay.
Up near Truro, we're going to Great Village.
Okay. See, look what you're doing to my map.
I should be driving this time.
Why?
You do the navigating.
Well, at least I can fold the map properly.
What about a little wager?
What are we betting on?
We should find something that's just the ultimate representation of Nova Scotia.
How about if we do this? We're on the ocean. When we're making the bet, it's going to be something to do with the sea. It's not who gets it first, it's who gets the best.
Sounds like I should be the winner of this one, so I think I'd like the ultimate meal.
Well, I guess if I win, what are you going to buy me?
How about your weight in Nova Scotia brew?
I'm on!
All right. So we've got our route planned. Should be exciting.
We're heading over towards Grand Village because we hear there's a bunch of antique stores. There's a bunch of stuff that we may be able to pick something for ourselves.
Great Village was a fishing town.
Was it?
Yeah, and shipbuilding. little Acadian village. What's the story on the Acadians? About 200 years ago, the French got kicked out of this part of the world. Why? They wouldn't swear allegiance to the king. Okay. And they moved them all. They located them down along the coast, right? The Carolinas, Louisiana. Right. So today's pick, we're going to see Claire. Claire's got a shop.
When you're going to an antique store, you just never know what you're going to find. You might find some really cool stuff. You might find nothing that you can buy. Oh, look at the nice old church. Wow, that thing's got to be 100 years old.
Oh, and the mist on the river?
Yeah, it's just beautiful. Oh, wouldn't you love to be in there with a fly rod? This has got to be it. Let's check her out.
Oh, you're dashing, aren't you? You want to win the bet.
Afternoon.
Hey.
You look like real cowboys.
Hi, Scott Cousins. How are you?
Hi, Scott.
I'm Sheldon.
So what's the story?
I love buying. I love going out, digging through old attics, barns, garages, things have passed. They're so colorful compared to the things that you see today.
We're picking for resale. Open to a little bit of negotiating.
Oh, sure. It's wholesale for Calgary down here anyway.
Antique stores in this part of the world are for tourists. And generally there are high prices, but Scott and I are looking for that oddball piece that maybe is out of its market. Can I ask you about the wall pocket? That'd be a local piece, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to go less than $185 on that.
Just great colors, blue, nice Ford decal, but $245?
Well,
wow.
Scott and I were both a little bit dejected.
I'm not sure what that is.
Look at that. Look at the way it's made. It was one of those high chairs that folds down into a chair as well.
And look at the gears on the side of it here. Kid puts his finger in there, he's losing his whole hand.
I could take a pass on it.
I see this nice little perfume sign. Where did you get the Cody sign?
Seems to me that came out of the attic of an old house.
I can tell that it's old, 30s, 40s. If you're a perfume collector, that's a piece of advertising you want to put in your cabinet. Would you go 10 on that?
What have I got on it?
12.
Sure.
Okay.
Good deal.
Yes, thanks.
A little icebreaker. What about this?
King Cole tea?
Yeah.
It doesn't have an image of the king on it, but it is King Cole.
Yeah.
King Cole is probably the most collectible advertising out of this area. Very scarce, very expensive. How much?
Like a $20 bill would take it.
Yeah, I think we can do 20 on that. I see Sheldon snooping around on the one side. There's not much more for me on this side, so I think, what the heck, I'll just go upstairs, see what there is upstairs. What you often find is big things upstairs, and that's what we found, was something really big and really cool. Bit of a whirligig up here. Got British decals on the bottom from the Second World War.
In Nova Scotia, it's almost a tradition to have a whirligig. It tells you the wind direction. It also gives you an indication of wind speed.
So what would you need out of that?
I could live with $100 out of that.
To go 75?
On a rainy day.
It's a rainy day. Shake his hand, Sheldon. I'm too far away.
Why not?
75 it is. Thanks, Claire.
Well, I noticed you got a 5 Roses flower sign in the window. And how much is that doggy in the window?
You could start at $350 and go from there.
Well, I'm gonna take a look at your 5 Roses flower sign. Rusted all the way around. And the guy thought he was doing everybody a favor by covering it up with a crappy paint job.
You're really starting to act like one of my customers.
Why?
Just picking it apart so you can get it really cheap.
No, I can't get it cheap enough. That's the problem. He told me $350 right off the top. I wasn't paying $350.
I could scare you.
Yeah? Scare me then. Like, really scare me.
Oh, it might be nice to see that somewhere else, so if I said I'd give it to you for $125.
I couldn't say anything except shake his hand. Deal.
Okay.
Okay, let's go check the other shop out.
Good news was Claire had a booth in a group shop just across the road. Hey, Claire, you've got a nice piece of tramp art here.
Yeah, that's a neat piece. I haven't had that too long.
In the 1930s, when fellows had no work, but they occasionally could come up with little bits and pieces of wood, they crafted things into picture frames, wall pockets, and this particular one was a little tramp art box. What could you do for a couple of prairie boys on that?
It's 115. I'd say 85.
Could you say 75?
Sure, why not? You've seen everything in here. The only other place is my warehouse.
As we were walking out the door, we met a local picker by the name of Walter. He was going in with a couple of items, and sure enough, we struck up yet another deal. Walter had a telescope that he was very reasonable on at $50, and another little unusual handcrafted mahogany box, all slotted for 22 shells, and there was a little target as well inside the box. 20 bucks, couldn't go wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure doing
Thank
business
you.
with you. I'm pretty excited about going to the warehouse because he's told me he's got some advertising signs. When you get into the inner sanctum, that means you're getting into stuff that the person loves or hasn't priced. Nobody's seen it, and you're gonna get first crack at it. For the most part, I'm seeing the starting of a good bonfire.
Hey, that's about as crude a set of slats as I've ever seen.
Beautiful.
I've decided to start a history of skiing museum. These look like a pair of boards that some guy pointed at the ends, banged on a little strap of leather for the harness, and well, yeah, for wall hangers, they don't get any better than that.
20 bucks is the going rate for skis today here in Great Village. I guess you can have them.
20 bucks it is.
Yeah.
Spotted another sled. I seem to be specializing in winter sports.
You should start a sled museum, too. Holy cow. It weighed about 60 pounds. Man, could you imagine the speed you'd get going downhill on that?
Couldn't walk out the door without at least bargaining on it. What about 60?
I don't think I want to let it go for that guy.
What about 70?
You really want that thing,
He
Sheldon.
wants it, see?
No, well, 70.
70 bucks, it's a deal.
Done.
I saw a little piece of wood on the way out. It was the top of a Victrola gramophone player. Sort of a nice thing, even just by itself,
It's a
isn't
sign,
it?
yeah.
What do you want for that?
Take that home for 10 bucks.
Why not, right? If nothing else, we can throw it in the fireplace.
Don't you dare.
We pretty much picked the warehouse, and there was one last shop that we thought, maybe there might be a buy or two left.
So you know the person that owns that?
Renard, yeah, I spoke to her. I can get you in there.
The owner of the store's not there, but she's got somebody sitting in on it. Apparently, according to Claire, he's got the authority to sell everything, and he's gonna let us upstairs into the inner sanctum. That's where you're trying to go, was the inner sanctum. We ignored the store, went straight upstairs.
Grant's here, and I guess he's looking after it for Renard, so I'm gonna leave you with him.
I walked up and he's holding on to a cane. Like I'm looking at this thing you got in your hand. So what can you tell me about this?
Okay, now I got that off an old girl down the road here, actually. It's probably 75 years old or so.
And that's just a big, ugly, diseased piece of wood
Exactly.
somebody carved out.
Yeah.
But it feels so good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it
The
does. It's
years
got
and
nice
years
wear
of
and-
wear and somebody holding it and rubbing it. I love canes. I've always loved canes. You got 25 on it. Would you do 20?
I think I could go 20 on that, sure. Why
Perfect.
not?
I think that's a $65 cane at a show any day. Oh.
Hey, I
you
spotted something good.
That is fun. Birds of Canada.
Birds of Canada. It's the sort of thing that would hang up in a classroom. She's got 35 on this one.
It's a rare item. I've never seen one before.
Can you do a little better?
Little, 30.
Done. Can't go wrong with something like that. That's a good item. I want to ask you about this.
Quite a nice ladder back, probably locally made, Colchester County. It's all oak.
Could you say 75?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great.
That's about as folksy as it gets.
That's a killer 1870s wall pocket. It looks like it should be cheap, but I'm guessing it's not gonna be.
150.
I'm gonna shake on that 150. I think it's worth that.
Is this a jigging weight?
Yeah, it's an old cod jig.
What would it take to buy that?
I'd like to get 25 for it.
20?
20? Yeah, we can do 20, sure.
Good. We'll do well on that. We should double up easy.
Can I touch this boat?
Yeah.
Very nice.
So would that just be a toy some guy made for his son, or
I
would
would
it be
say
a model?
so. I don't think it'd be a model, no.
It's got the brass hole here where the anchor comes out of it. The craftsmanship of that boat was wonderful.
Not only could you visually see the detail, but that just had quality written all over it.
The best thing in the place was the boat. I know we're going home with it. The only question is, what are we getting it for? Sheldon, what do you think?
I don't know, it's handcrafted, it is nice.
What would you need to get out of that boat?
Oh, geez, I don't know. 275.
Would you go 225?
225.
Leave a little room in it for us?
And throw in the cobwebs.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'll toss that stuff in. Yeah, 225, yeah.
Excellent. That's a good piece. The boat was the closest we came today to that bet. Unbelievable, the amount of work this person put into this little thing. It was almost there, but I know enough that I wasn't gonna say that I've won the bet because I would have got a slap in the back of the head.
That was a nice piece, but it's gonna take something extraordinary for this bet to get decided.
I love this. It's big and the image is nice. That looks good on you, bud. That's just a fun thing to have, right?
We ended up having a good afternoon, good time.
Claire, thanks a lot again. I really appreciate it.
Good to do business with you.
You too.
Nice to meet you. Thanks, Claire.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we even got Claire to smile at the end.
We had a good time.
Hey, well, that was good picking.
Yeah, that was excellent picking.
I really like the whirligig.
The more I look at it, the more I like it. And the more I like it, the higher the price is gonna be.
We're off to see Michael and Janet. They live in Halifax, and they're garage sailors. Michael, I believe, has been collecting for 25 years.
What's he collect?
It sounds like 20th century collectible.
That's my bailiwick.
Yeah, that's why I thought you might be excited about this one.
Okay, slow down. Here we are. I think it's this old green one right here.
Hello, welcome.
I'm Sheldon.
I'm Janet.
Hi, Janet. Scott.
Hey, Sheldon.
Hi, Sheldon. You'd be Michael.
What do you have, and why do you want to get rid of some of it?
We've got a bit of everything, and we've got too much.
Has anything ever gone out the door or just in?
We have a flea market once every 15
We have a
years.
street market.
And when was the last one?
About 15 years ago.
Let's see what you got.
Here we are.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff around here. Where do we start?
It's far more fun for us to go to a yard sale or a flea market than it is to go to a mall.
What about that boot jack?
Go to it.
She's a recast.
How can you tell?
The original ones are just a little crisper in all details.
This is something completely different.
What's it supposed to be?
Quack.
Oh, now I see it. That is the ugliest duck I've ever seen. One of the problems with this kind of a collection is these people are crows. They got lots of little things they picked up from everywhere. It doesn't matter whether it fits or doesn't fit. What is that they find a place for? I can't tell whether that was made 100 years ago or last week. And that's what we call a crow in the business.
I think that was a wedding present.
It's so nice, I just can't imagine that I could make an offer on it.
At this point, we're having some fun. I'm just scrambling to try and find something that I really, really like.
I was digging around somewhere and I saw this little bird.
That's a good piece of folk art. Be a float that would be used for lobster traps. And just typical Nova Scotia. And what's it gonna take for us to let this little seagull fly back to the prairie?
At least 500 bucks.
Yeah, I don't know whether to laugh or cry when you say that. Michael and Janet are an eclectic couple.
They've been collecting for 25 years.
So when you get into a place like that, you're looking for the diamond in the rough. What do you think, Sheldon? 30 bucks?
45, and you can give me 40.
How about 35?
Sure.
Excellent.
We have to make room, and sometimes it's good to let things go.
What would you want for this goofy little box?
What are you going to offer me?
It's got a patent date on it of, it looks like 1889. So are you prepared to let it go for $8?
$10.
Will you?
Yeah, sure.
Sold. Thank you very much.
We have got a reclining, vibrating couch.
Really?
Yes. Which I think one of you should try.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, remember the bet.
Good point.
I'm hoping there's going to be a real good item. Seeing lots of little knickknacks, but we're still looking for that pearl amongst swine. Now that gives cheeseball a whole new meaning, doesn't it? Yikes. I'm always looking for something cheesy and kitschy, and there's nothing more kitschy than a naked woman telephone. Anyone you know?
There's a treasure.
Whew. I've never seen one. I've dealt in a lot of telephones. If I've never seen it, haven't done this for nearly 30 years, it's got to be scarce. Oh, oral sex. Yes. The erotica phone makes any conversation a sexual experience.
If you read on, it would say, sculpted by an Italian sculptor.
Oh, yeah, made by Michelangelo for the Pope.
You have to curl her into you.
I'm not sure I want to do that.
I think Janet might be a little kinky.
So how much would it take to pry the erotica phone
Well,
from you?
that I would take about 150.
Are you serious about that price?
Do you think that's too little?
Nope.
Would you consider 100?
I can't believe you said
It's
that.
just so unique.
It is unique, and that's why I wouldn't consider 100. I've never seen another one like it.
Even though I can't buy it right now because I think he's a little stiff on the price, I'm coming back to it later.
How about pipes? Are you interested in pipes?
I see a skull that I'm interested in. I love anything that has to do with the skull, and a lot of other people do too. I saw what looked like a little pipe head. What would you need to get out of the skull?
Oh, 15.
Done.
Oh, I see what you're after.
Speaker grill.
It could have been a speaker grill for a Pontiac car because that's very similar to the Pontiac design. That's just a neat thing. Get a nice piece of wood, screw it in, it's a piece of art. You can let it go for 25 bucks. That's, you know, it's just a bit or a piece. The only thing I'm paying for really is the Indian here and the design there.
Add 5 more bucks on, you've got it.
You are a painful man. You get to that point where I can't let it go. I love that thing. So I'm gonna price that at $125 once it's put together. And if I don't sell it, I don't care.
If you look up in that little cabinet there, Scott, that is the magnifying glass that Sir Isaac Newton, when he magnified the apple, he discovered wormholes 2,000 years before the Enterprise did.
You tell tall tales.
think
I wouldn't believe him if he told me that it was light outside. He has a story for everything, and he's got a poker face, that's a dangerous combination. What would you want for it?
20 bucks?
How about 15?
17.
14.
60.
15.
25.
15. 15.
1850.
You were already at 17.
Well, you went lower.
And then you went 16.
Yeah, but you went lower.
Okay, 12. 16. You went down as low as 16?
1650.
Maybe Janet and I will go for tea and you fellows duke it out.
I liked it because it was real primitive. What do you think, Sheldon?
I'm glad you liked it. Oh, yeah. Janet wanted me to try on some vibrating goggles. She thought that was sort of a carry-on from the chair. It's doing wonders for my gums. Are you still there, Scott? It was actually quite the sensation. Your nasal passages got quite the workout.
I've got a blowfish with a sombrero, which I'm sure you'd be interested in.
There's a class thing. There's sort of a cool little bird hanging from the bottom of it.
That is a Cree Indian piece.
If that's proper native, it's cool. I'm just saying I don't know if I want to pay to find out I'm wrong.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
Maybe we'll come back to that when we come back to the erotophone. Maybe I'll have softened you up by that point in time. Back in the corner, he's got a piece. I know exactly what it is as soon as I see it. It's an old folk art piece. It's a weird item. Somebody spent hours and hours and hours making it out of old cigarette boxes. Like a bit of tramp art, as far as I'm concerned. Eyes of eyes, how much would I need to take this home?
15 bucks for that, I think.
Oh, my.
Too little?
Yeah.
20.
No, you have to shake
you have
hands
to
with
shake
her.
here,
She's
yeah.
the
20! Hey, you're strong. Before we leave this room, I've got a proposition for you, and given what I'm gonna offer you on, I think proposition's the right word. 150 for the erotophone, and you throw in the bird.
That's a great offer.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Excellent.
It's a very appealing image. It would be from a piece of furniture, 19th century.
Hung it up to the wall.
Would you part with that, Michael?
For the right price, I guess.
What would the right price be?
You're gonna have to tell me.
20 bucks?
Tops.
$20? Look at the workmanship that went into that. Just feel it. That's solid oak.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you 2,000 if you can find the piece of furniture and came off of. I've got absolutely no qualms about being ruthless with Michael because he's being ruthless with me. That is a nice little clock.
Beautiful object.
What would you want for that?
Oh, that would be 200.
Come on, seriously. When he said $200, I thought I was going to fall over laughing. I'd probably pay 35 bucks for it.
50.
I'm grinding him on the price on a few things, but this is not rare stuff. How come you got it hiding up there?
I forget about things.
If it's in a workroom, how emotionally attached can you be to it? If that was in the hands of somebody that went down with the Titanic, it might be worth 200 bucks.
You haven't heard the story yet.
Probably not. Yeah.
40?
They're hard.
They are hard. Yeah.
We're pickers. We're going to resell.
But he has to afford a better hairdresser, I suppose. Okay.
I don't have a hairdresser. That's the problem.
Don't.
He had a whole bunch of stuff in this box. Sheldon and I nearly broke our backs getting it onto the floor.
Yeah, here, let me take those out of the way.
What would you need for the base? 25 bucks, is it worth it to us?
Yeah, what the heck. The telescope base works perfectly with the telescope we just picked up in Great Village.
My ex-Norwegian commando ski coat.
Oh, wow. Michael showed me a nice old coat he said was sewed out of 2 sheepskins.
I bought it from an Army and Navy store in London about 30 years ago.
I don't think you could wear the coat and the chapeau at the same time.
In the old days, people were smaller. So what do you want for this, baby?
50 bucks.
Deal.
Oh, he's taking the coat.
Allow me.
It's exciting for me because I won't be freezing my ass off in Winnipeg. Okay, let's go.
We've had a good day, and it's been a lot of fun, and the guys have been great.
We have some great items going back to Alberta. I really like the folk art piece. That one's a fun one to take home with us.
I don't think it gets cold enough anywhere but Alberta for that. I love that skull pipe.
Janet and Michael were really nice. Oh, Jesus! People like that kind of make picking a lot of fun.
Okay, a little straighter and then hard. Okay, maybe I should be driving. You got the emergency on there? Whoa! Holy cow!
Hey, I don't think the bet was going to be decided today.
No, there was nothing really nautical.
There's always tomorrow.
Oh, look at that. An antique shop there. So I think I should take that goofy phone we bought and see what he'd give us for it.
Why not? Do you mind if I head into the pub? Doesn't take 2 guys to sell a phone.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Exactly. Good luck.
I run a little antiques and collectibles shop here in downtown Amherst. I've always been a collector. I've always liked going to yard sales, auctions, picking through old stuff.
Howdy.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Paul Farrell, Skippy.
I see the things I love to see, buy, sell, trade. And I thought, you know what, I got a goofy item here that I wanted to bring by and see if you knew anything about it.
How goofy's goofy?
It's pretty goofy. You want to go inside?
Yeah.
Are you ready for the unveiling?
I think so.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Never seen nothing like this before.
I've dealt with a lot of phones over the years. It's not the oldest phone I've seen by any means, but it's certainly the most bizarre phone I've ever seen.
I wonder what The wife would think when I'm talking on it all the time.
I know what my wife would think.
She would say, there's nobody there, hang the phone up.
Yeah. Now, do you have any idea what you'd pay for it?
I would pay somewhere in the vicinity of $175 to $250 for it.
I'm gonna be blunt with you, I'm gonna give you my bottom line. I wouldn't sell this for less than $350. And I know that's a tough price for a dealer to pay, but I'm sort of thinking this is for a personal collection with a big price tag on it.
Would you take 300?
You know what? You're getting fairer by the minute, and I hate to say no, but I'm holding firm at $350, and I totally understand it if you don't want to pay it. But I think there's a big upside in this, particularly if you've got a shop where it's on the shelf, on display every day.
Think we got a shelf deal, buddy.
I'm not sure if I'm happy about that or sad about that.
I'm gonna keep it for myself, for my desk, my office. Now let me call my banker and get some money sent over.
Hey, you got a beer for me, perfect.
How'd you do?
You're not gonna believe it.
Hit me.
$350.
Good job, man. Haha.
Now I don't have to answer my wife's question as to why I bought it.
Yeah.
It's a win-win.
We're off to the Bay of Fundy area of Nova Scotia. Apparently, Garth is just an all-around collector.
What's he got?
Garth's got jukeboxes.
That's always good.
Pinball machines.
Sometimes good.
Yeah. Some gas pumps, automobiles. Garth's got it all, it sounds like.
So why is he having us in?
I think he's trying to lighten the load.
I sure hope he's trying to lighten the load. Oh, yeah, there's the gas pump. That's always a tip-off, isn't it?
Hey, do I know you?
Not yet, but you will.
Oh, good. What's your name?
Scott.
And yours?
I'm Sheldon.
Hi,
Smithers.
Sheldon.
And you're Garth.
This is it.
Yeah.
This property goes back to 1761, and the house is 1892, and the goodies are here from the 1880s on up.
Where's a good place to start?
Well, you can start right here in the garage if you like.
Let's do it.
I'd let you drive if we had this truck right here.
You'd be the most noticed pickers in North America.
Sheldon and I would have both loved to drive away in that GMC truck.
You should see the cab. We'd be comfy in here.
I gotta go take a look. Wow, I could take this home happily.
Yeah.
What do you need out of it?
A lot.
More than I can afford?
Yeah, possibly.
What we need is a sponsor to buy it for us. So is something like that for sale? The Buckingham door push?
We could talk about it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What would we talk about?
Well, that's up to you. That's up to you.
I'm always apprehensive when I'm dealing with collectors. I always have a good time. Trying to pry some of that stuff out of their hands can be a bit tough. Retail on it's probably 100 to 125 on it. We could probably do 60 on it.
No.
Okay. When something's screwed to somebody's wall, it's always harder to get than if it's sitting against a wall. Old Ford dealer sign, genuine parts.
Hey, that's a great sign, Scott.
It's a little rough, but it's still a Ford sign. What era would you say that one's from?
30s.
That's what I thought. 30s
Exactly.
or 40s at the latest, because of the way the Ford insignia is.
Mid-30s.
And you got it hiding behind a couple of boxes.
That's right.
That usually means it's not going to be nearly as dear.
Yeah, right. Probably 400.
Garth hasn't given me the indication he's not selling anything. What he's told me is I'm not selling anything dirt cheap. Do you have any room to move on the Ford sign?
Don't you know it's better to give than to receive?
So give me a good price.
Oh, it goes both ways, does it?
Yes.
Just to help you along the way and make things workable for you, I'll take 350.
You got to start somewhere.
That's a good place to start, isn't it?
Yeah. It broke the ice. We got a sail under our belt. We got the wheels going now. I see you got a little cheese ball thermometer here.
It'd be about 968, 69.
Of course, because everyone loves girls in bikinis. So that's got some emotional attachment to you.
Give me an idea what it's worth to you, and I'll tell you.
Give me an idea what you want, and I'll tell you if it's worth that much to you.
I guess $30.
I think we gotta have that for 30 bucks.
I'm with you, Scott.
Yeah. Deal.
Is that hard cold cash?
As hard as you can get it. We're gonna put it in the cooler for
Oh,
a while.
right on. Perfect.
Let me just take a look at the front. I want to see if there's anything out there. Usually that's a bad sign, because if it's on the front, you like it even better.
Got a perk. That's a beautiful sign, very rare.
You're real attached to that? Because I am too. Now, is that from this area?
No, it's U.S. and Canadian.
It's U.S. and Canadian,
Yes.
okay. There's a whole lot of early tire manufacturing companies. You've got to purchase one of them. Out of business since probably the 50s or 60s. This one's a rare sign. When they were screwed to the outside of buildings, they got shot, they got stolen, they got used for insulation in barns. You know, they just didn't survive. If you were to sell that, what would it take to get it out of you?
That would be probably between $500 and $1,000 somewhere.
I'll give you 501.
And one what?
I'd like to take that back to Calgary with me.
You work your little mind on that thing and think about it for a while.
I'm going to hit you with that a little later, you know.
Yes, I know.
Wow.
Gentlemen, you're now in the building we call Memories.
Wow.
And this building is surrounded by artifacts that go back to the 1880s and up to the 1980s.
You got two jukeboxes.
Yeah.
Are they both 60s?
That one over there is a 1954, and it's completely mono. Stereo and jukeboxes only came about in 1958.
Now, I'm assuming because it's sitting here lit up that it's likely not for sale.
Likely not.
And if you were going to sell it, what would the value be?
Around $5,000.
Did you find something, Scott?
I may have.
Now that's a real nice piece of porcelain.
What would you need out of that?
All you can give me.
The reason we ask people to set the price first is because we're afraid that if we're too low for them, we may insult them and that may change the dynamic.
I'll make you happy. 150.
If you can avoid any negative thought, you're doing yourself a favor.
Okay, 150.
150, it's a deal, no tax.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
Did you see this scale?
I did not.
You got your weight, and then by your weight, it tells you how high you actually should be. And according to this,
Well, I ain't getting on it.
I should be 6'8", playing basketball.
Let's see where I fall. I'm off the scale.
It's blue, it's mint, it's never been painted, it's always been indoors. Would you part with that?
That would be tough.
It's always tough to part with a good item.
Being a Canadian scale and being in such great shape, it's just a real collectible item.
So if somebody was going to pry you on that, what would they have to pry you with?
Oh, we're talking a bunch.
So you're talking about 2 to 3 grand.
Yes.
You know your retail price is really good, but we're trying to make some money on it.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave the scale, maybe come back to it if the opportunity presents itself. Go pick, Scott. Go find us a treasure. I'll distract them.
Oh,
Did
you
see
saved that one. You saved it.
I love a pinball game, pick or no pick. Nice shot, Scott. I love that sound. That's music to my ears.
Sounds like a winner, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. The museum is just a fun place. The jukeboxes, the pinball machines, the memorabilia.
Elvis is in the building. He never leaves.
I love the little lip thing. That is so bad.
Garth likes to have fun.
Thank you very much. Wow, that's a big Coke cooler. That's a beaut. You know, you see 100 of the one
single
half ones for every one of these. I'm not sure I've ever seen a white Coke cooler with red lettering. Anyone would want that in their rec room. I'm guessing if you had to buy one of those, it cost you about $1,000.
Yeah. Great
thing. It's just too darn big for us to haul across the country. And you're not probably selling it anyway, because you'd have a big space there.
No,
you'd
I
have
would.
to Yeah? Can we open the door?
Yes, we can.
That is a good-looking thing.
Yeah.
Geez, you're tempting me on this one. You're tempting me. I'm looking for unusual, and this is unusual. We're gonna walk around and think about this. Anything down here?
Yes, there is. Something of extreme interest, not what you expected.
So now he's got me hooked. I'm really dying to see what's up.
This here is not what you're expecting.
I don't know what I'm expecting. Whoa. I have no idea what that is.
Something that the government at the experimental station in Dartmouth made this up with all these different rudders and so on and so forth. It's an underwater apparatus, but I can't give you the exact name of it.
So there's one of the fins.
It's one of those picker finds.
It's the ultimate fishing lure, isn't it?
I can't tell them exactly what it is, only what I think it is. Whether it chases a submarine or comes out of the water and goes after a plane, I don't know.
Where'd you find it?
I bought it at auction.
At auction?
Yes.
Good, we're not going to get in trouble for buying it then.
No.
Yeah, right. There's nothing top secret in here?
No.
Why do you still have it?
Because you haven't bought it.
Yeah. Give us a shot. That is the absolute sleeper. There could be unbelievable upside and zero downside.
So how much do you want for it?
200.
You know what? I've bet on worse nags at the horse races. I think we should own this for $200.
There's probably $200 worth of aluminum in there.
Yeah, there is.
I think we could turn that into one of the coolest lamps you will ever see. Deal! I'm going to shake you on that one, too. Absolute no-brainer.
And we now own it.
I don't know if it's the best thing I've ever bought. It's certainly the weirdest thing I've ever bought. Wow, there's a lot of stuff around here.
Oh, this is a treasure chest.
You got lots of records. I'm going to take a look at the few
We've got
records here.
probably about 2,000 albums up here.
Sexorama.
Anything interesting in here, Sheldon? Now there's stuff piled in front of other items. Excuse the scattered array, but being pickers, I'm sure you've been there before.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Titanic.
Titanic?
Yeah, that's the Titanic.
Can I squeeze it by you here? I just want
Sure.
to take a look at this.
What a great piece of folk art.
Yes.
It's
It's a
rustic.
beautiful picture.
It's reverse painted on glass, and they've actually put a little bit of mother of pearl in here. You can see it with the light.
Oh, jeez.
Just to, it's fabulous.
Look at how out of scale it is. It's
Yeah.
just perfect.
Actually, we're connected to that through our family background.
Really?
My grandmother married a sea captain from the turn of the century. He often walked down to the docks. Happens that the Titanic was there getting set for sail within the next week or so.
Right.
They tried to convince him to join the officer crew of the Titanic. He did not sail. Titanic has meaning for us, not that we actually had a family member on it,
Yeah.
but that we didn't have one on it.
Exactly.
Thank goodness.
Exactly.
That's what
You wouldn't
made
be here right
that
now.
I would not be.
Well, this is something that I would really, really love to have. I'd like to have it. And also, I think it maybe solves a bet, Scott.
We had a bet as to who could find the best nautical piece while we were here.
Oh, yes?
But we had to buy it.
Garth, what would it take to part with this piece of folk art?
It'd probably come in the $500 or $600 range, perhaps maybe $550, $575.
Well, I was thinking 4. Would you consider 4?
Ooh, that's a little tight. What about 5?
How about 450?
How about 475?
I'd almost prefer that you went up. I have reasons for that.
Oh,
I have reasons.
475.
Oh, you. Oh,
Scott,
you.
would you shake that man's hand for me?
I gotta buy him a lobster
Jesus.
dinner. Yeah. Garth, I'm gonna beat you up on that Coke machine first. You know what? I was gonna come at you with 5 on it just because of the cost of shipping it. How about 6?
Oh my, 5 wouldn't do it.
6.
You've been pretty fair overall. You bought a fair bit of stuff, and I appreciate that. Here I go again, giving in.
6. Thank you very much. I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
I
excellent.
am real happy
Yeah.
with that.
Hey, what about the scale? Can we revisit?
Yes, but it's not cheap.
If a scale could be pretty,
This is it.
this is the one.
Beautiful thing either way, but that's what helps me.
Oh,
is the
yeah.
Canadian connection.
But keep it in mind, we're going to turn this over, hopefully at a profit. And I hope I don't insult you, but would you take $1,000?
No, definitely not.
No?
No, I have to come up.
1,100.
It's a deal.
I'm not going to give you a chance to change your mind. Thank you very much.
Better hurry quick.
Thank you very much, because I think we got ourselves a scale. I'm so happy, but I'm not showing you what I weigh today.
Okay, I gotta beat you up one more time.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, we're on a roll.
Yeah, your roll.
Would you take 501?
501 won't work.
What will work?
502. I gotta come up.
Done!
We're leaving with some great items. I think we've made a new friend. It's just been a great day. It doesn't get any better than this for picking.
I'm happy with that. I don't see these very often. I'm happy with that. Real nice.
Yeah, in great shape. That scale is a really good item.
It's not something you see every day.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. But you know something I never do?
What?
I never say goodbye. See you later. If you're from the far south, Slater. You can keep that. It's a new one. Slater.
See you later.
Slater. Slater.
Hey, that was quite something. What I can't get over, he said that property has been there. He's got a deed to it from 1761.
It's a great part of the world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The old fish factory.
That'll do.
Well, I hate to say it, Sheldon, but you outpicked me on this one. A deal's a deal.
And you're a man of your word. I hope your credit card's paid up is all I can say.
Yeah, well, I think all I'm having is the warm bread baguette. Hey, Freestyle. Hello? Anyone home? Hello. Sorry for snooping around. Nothing poisonous in here, is there?
Nothing, I'm out here.
I thought this was the bad size, but that's the bad side. What would it take to get it out of you?
I'm gonna say in the range of $50,000.
Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah!
That's a steering wheel for you. It's called a fat man steering wheel.
You've taken to insulting me.
Master Cousins, I presume.
Yikes!
Last guy came through here, he's buried under something. Throw down the gauntlet, say 15.
I'm Scott Cousins.
I'm Sheldon Smithon.
And we're pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and bars. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us.
What an incredible part of Nova Scotia. It's just beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely. Unbelievable.
There's a whole province to be picked here with some great old barns.
As long as you don't hit a moose, we're golden. Apparently, Lunenburg County is the Christmas tree capital of the world and the home of the Blue Nose.
Let's hope it's Picker's Paradise.
Yeah, exactly.
Great old barn. We could be doing some door knocking on this road.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna do something we haven't done in a little while. We're gonna do some freestyling.
That means you're just gonna look on the road, see a house that looks good, see if it's got stuff around it that looks good. You knock on the door, see what happens. There's an old barn.
Yeah.
But it looks like a hay barn. Not likely to be anything in that.
I am totally convinced that there's something to buy here, Scott.
Yeah, I'm looking for an old tractor out front, maybe a cream separator with a nice couple barns and an old ratty truck. Not looking for a BMW on the front lawn. Hey, Freestyle.
This has all the elements.
It really does.
An old Victorian house, they got a little bit of, the paint doesn't match.
Do you want to stop?
Why not?
Hello? Anyone home?
Hello. Hi. How you doing?
Good, how are you? Sorry for snooping around. My name's Scott.
Hi, I'm Jeff.
How are you, Jeff?
Pretty
This
good.
is my friend Sheldon.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Not
We're
too bad.
antique pickers, and we're just driving around looking for places that look good, and your place looked perfect.
Okay.
We were wondering if you had anything you might want to sell.
You never know, but you can look around.
Okay. I spotted something inside the door I wanted to ask you about.
All right.
You've been snooping already, Scott.
But I noticed you had a little piece of advertising right up at the top of the stairs.
Yeah, that's been there for a long time. Probably my grandfather had that there.
And I know that that's something that I'm going to buy if I can. So it's starting good for me. Can we go up and take a look at it?
Sure, come on up.
Oh, a workshop in here.
Hey, this is where it all happens. Whew. You do some carpentry.
Oh, yeah. I'm the 4th generation in here.
Wow.
My great-grandfather built it. I think in somewhere around 1921, maybe.
As we wandered into his shop, I could see Jeff was a real craftsman. And he had a few old bits hanging around here and there. Whether they were for sale or not, well, we were going to find out.
Got any old tools?
Oh, yeah, but they're staying here.
You collect old tools?
Oh, well, I don't really collect them, but there's been a lot collected up over the years. And
yeah.
I'm not too anxious to get rid of it.
No? Would you part with the sign?
I probably would.
Yeah?
It's just hanging there.
What would you want for that?
Look, I don't know what that's worth.
Neither do I, but it's cool. It looks like it's probably from the 50s, is my guess. Retro is so in right now, and that is retro. Real colorful, real desirable. I don't know, 20 bucks, take it?
Listen, it's just hanging there anyway, so if you want it for 20 bucks, you take it.
Okay. Great, thanks. Yeah. Anytime you can buy something off of a guy's wall the first time you ask, I'm happy about that. Things are looking up. Can we have a peek in this room over here?
Sure.
Got a set of scales up there. Can I climb up there and take a look at the scales?
Yeah, have a look at it if you want.
Sheldon, I'll pass that to you. Warren, Montreal. Huh. Normally scales aren't a big deal for me, but this one was nice and small. It was just absolutely sweet.
Doesn't look like you've used it in the last couple weeks.
No, by me someday, though.
Okay.
Got this added little rabbit on the weight, which is really sweet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You sure you wouldn't part with that?
No, I don't want to part with that.
I'll put that baby back up then. I'd love to have that little bunny in my truck. Anything else?
Lead the way, Jeff.
All right. The only other thing is the barn over there, but I don't think there's anything in there I want to part with.
It's a pretty good-looking barn. The barn itself was just beautiful. I mean, here's this old, late 19th century barn. It was worth the price of admission alone.
You got some nice big red wagon wheels in here.
That's for an old horse wagon.
Wagon wheels are really desirable. People put them on their front lawns. Then I see another one, and I see another one, and I see another one. Then I realize there's a whole wagon there. Hey, Sheldon, are we in the market for a wheeled carriage?
I don't know, Scott.
That's been in here for probably 35, 40 years.
It's a beauty. This wagon probably dates from the 1890s. I mean, it's big, it's heavy, it's hard to move and everything else, but it's red.
Scott loves red, and he likes big, and that moved a lot of hay, that wagon.
If you were going to sell that, what would you want for it?
I have no idea. I'm not even sure I want to sell it.
Those are two answers I don't like. Lovely thing. If it was up for grabs, we would have thought real hard about that. Anything else we haven't seen so far?
We could take a run down to my mother's. She might have something around that you might find interesting.
Sure. How long's your mother lived here?
She's lived there since the early 50s.
Anytime you can get from the barn to the house, that's a good thing. Hi, nice to meet you.
And they're wondering if you had anything around that you might want to let them look at.
Well, there's a few things around.
Bertie's a great lady. I mean, how many people are going to let two strangers walk up to their door and then go in their house? We're looking for tins, signs, toys.
Yeah, I think there's an old metal truck in there sometime.
Now that's an old baby. Wow, somebody's ridden that one hard. I love toys, and this was a great toy at one time. It's probably a Buddy L truck.
That must have been Dad's, and then he gave it to me.
Well, that could be.
I think.
Yeah, this is made in the 1920s, probably. Early 30s, maybe. That toy in real good condition would have been anywhere between $600 and $1,000. It was beat.
Looks like you took it for a joyride.
Yeah, I think I sat on it and shouldn't have.
Yeah, and I think you left it out in the rain a few times, too, but it's still sort of a fun little thing. Would you sell that?
Yeah, I don't want it.
What would you want for it?
Whatever you think it's worth. I'm not going to be sticking you on that one.
$20.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
All right.
It would have been a lot more if it had been in better condition.
Oh, I'm sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And he was shocked, I think, that I offered him that much for that toy, and we shook on it, and that was a good thing to have.
We'll never get it back to the original paint, but we'll get it looking like a truck again as opposed to an old wreck. What about the chest itself? Is that something you'd consider selling? It wasn't unusual for a carpenter as an apprentice project to actually be required to build his own trunk.
My sister wants to hold on to it for sure, so.
Sure. What about that? It looks like a hall stand. Is that...
Yes, it is.
Now that looks like a good piece of Canadiana.
I believe my great-grandfather made that.
Somebody's done a little bit of turning on a lathe and...
He would have done that. He used to have an old foot treadle turning lathe.
It was based on a real standard item, the sort of thing you'd see in an Eaton's catalog. It had a few different features.
What's that little thing on the side there?
That's a little drip tray, and your brawley would have sat right in there, your brawley or your sticks.
So that would have caught the water so you didn't mess your floor up.
Exactly. That would have been 1890, 1900, maybe even into 1910 they were still popular. Something you'd part with?
No, because I know my sister wants it if I don't.
Oh, okay.
But when you're door knocking somebody, you have no expectations because you're imposing on them. So when he says it's not up for grabs, hey, it's not up for grabs. Can I head into that room over there? Is there anything in there?
Sure, you can go in, have a look.
Hey, Jeff, anytime you want us to come and clean out your basement, just give us a call.
I'll do that.
Oh,
that's a sweetie.
Oh, that is the classic.
That's a
Mitchell
little one.
Garcia.
And I see the mother lode fishing stuff, which both Sheldon and I love. That's 1960s.
The ball bearings are steel in this, now they're plastic.
And you know what? That's still the best spinning rod you'll ever use.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Would you let that little guy go?
No.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't either. Here, Sheldon, I'm going to hand these rods out to you.
Doesn't look like anybody's fished with these, Jeff, for a while.
No, I know I haven't. That's an old creel that I had when I was a kid.
Fishing creel is something that a fly fisherman would have used. Fished with one hand, and if he catches a fish, just drops it inside the creel.
Fish I catch now won't go in that hole.
Or so you say.
It's not very old. It's probably 60s is my guess.
Probably you're right, yeah.
Lots of people will actually take an old creel and they'll screw it to the side of their house and use it as a mailbox. What would you want for that?
I don't know. You make me an offer.
Well, we bought one yesterday for 15 bucks. We'd give you 15 for this.
All right. Sounds good.
Good. What would you want for those?
Well, I don't think I really want to part with those.
You're a hard man. What about the little belt? That leather's probably 80 years old. It's soft, it's supple. You would have put flies in one compartment, some leader in another compartment. It's just a lovely thing that any fisherman would like to have, and there's a bunch of them that would like to use it. Would you let that little guy go?
No, I don't know.
10 bucks?
Yeah, I guess so.
And what about the rods, Jeff? This one's split cane.
I'll buy any split cane rod. It's just a question of price. They made these split cane rods right from the 1890s right up to the 1960s.
Yeah.
I'd say these were turn of the 19th into the 20th century. They're good old rods.
I don't think I really want to part with this one. That one there is kind of going to pieces, maybe.
This is going to pieces.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
This is a wall hanger. That's all that is now, is a wall hanger. You know, it probably would have been, what, a $75 rod in good condition?
Yeah, but the
it's
wraps
probably a $20, $25 rod tops in that condition.
Yeah, 20 bucks.
Are you okay with that?
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Good.
Okay.
If we decide to restore it, it's going to cost us a lot, but then we've got a serious fishing rod.
I think we've done all the damage we can do in here, Sheldon.
Thank you so much. So nice to meet you.
You too.
Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it.
Bye-bye now.
See you later.
So I think all we got to do now is unscrew that thing off the wall and we're done. That truck's a beater.
Well played with, as trucks should be.
Creels are great. Decorators love them. Fishing collectors love them. Jeff, a pleasure. Thanks a lot because, you know, we cold called you, and thanks for showing us your stuff.
Yeah.
We bought a few things.
Thank your mom for us as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. Thanks,
All right,
Jeff.
Thanks a lot.
Drive safe.
See you later.
I'm always surprised when we do a door knock that anybody even answers the door, let alone invites us into their house and sells the stuff.
My kind of guy, Jeff, to tell you the truth.
You know, I got a lot of time for a guy that you just wander into his property and he says, sure, I'll show you around.
Yeah.
I want to stop for coffee.
We've got picks all over the place. We'll do a little bit of a route.
Go to Amherst. Where the heck is Pugwash?
Hey, there's Pugwash.
Nice name. Shit.
Heck of a way to start the morning. Now the map looks broken in. I believe this one's on you.
Why do they all seem to be on me? Go.
We're in a real historic part of Nova Scotia, and we're going to see George the Junk Man.
When I hear George the Junk Man, I hear good things and I hear bad things at the same time.
It's gonna be on your side, I believe.
I think it's right here. I see a red Indian gas pump.
That would be the spot. Check out the barn.
Oh yeah, the barn's beautiful.
What a great little car this Model T is.
Isn't it beaut?
When guys start displaying it outside, you can pretty well rest assured there's going to be lots inside each and every building.
You must be George.
I am.
Scott Cousins.
And I'm Sheldon Smithens.
Hi, Sheldon.
Well, you got a great spot here, and it looks like you got a ton of stuff.
Oh, I like lots of stuff. Stuff is fun. I'm very much interested in anything old that's local or has a Canadian connection.
Are you still collecting?
Some things, gotten a little more refined with what I want.
He's a picker. He loves getting into barns, climbing up and down, lifting things, but he can't now because he's hurt his back. So what aren't you collecting anymore?
Well, things that are heavy are less enticing to me now.
They've always been less enticing to me.
Would you part with either of these?
I would sell you the green one.
Do you mind if I dig it out a little bit?
Not a bit. Just go for it.
Can I climb up on the
Sure,
track of this?
on the track, yeah.
Sheldon's down low, so I figure I may as well go up high so we're covering two bases there. And I see this little tricycle. Nothing poisonous in here, is there?
No, nothing. I'm out here. Has that been in there a while or what?
Wow, has that been in there a long time? Gosh, I might be able to clean some of that off. It's got that real nice sort of Chrysler airflow design to it, right? And that's what people are looking for. They're looking for
style,
an image. Woolwich, Western Ontario. I think that's a late 40s, early 50s bicycle. Would you sell that?
What would you give me for it?
20 bucks?
25 and it's yours.
Deal. Hey, Sheldon, we broke the ice.
Go on, Scott.
It always makes me feel good when the first thing I ask about, I get. Because then I'm thinking, I'm going to be able to buy something here.
What do you think on that
wheelbarrow? Yeah.
I'll part with it, but I want you to make me an offer on it.
Your turn, Sheldon.
How
Your
about 40
turn.
bucks?
No, it's worth more than that to me to use.
So what's it worth?
What do you think on that wooden wheelbarrow, George? I tried to buy it off him. It's the sort of thing I would pay $50, maybe even stretch myself to $60 or $70.
$100 bill.
Let's think on that one. At $100, I don't think there's any money in it.
Didn't we just buy one of these?
We did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Urban oil with the dozer on it.
Yeah.
Very cool.
In nearly mint condition.
Really?
Yeah. So I take it you're keeping that one.
Well, what do you offer me for it?
Well, we paid 20 bucks, and before I could say that's what I paid for a good one, he said,
sold.
Sold it is.
Got to bring these things out to the light before I make an offer on them. And when I got it outside, it was rusty. You know, I paid 20 for it. I'll probably sell it for 20.
Have you got room in your truck for a John Deere?
Only if it's pre-1910.
Good answer.
And I noticed you got a paint sign up there. Right there are a bunch of really saleable signs. If I can get them at the right price, I'm buying every piece of advertising I can find that's in decent condition. the frost and wood sign. It's wood?
No, it's tin.
And I'm thinking, if I can make a deal on this piece, maybe there's going to be some advertising up for sale. Would you sell that?
No, I don't think I will.
I love the fact that George values Canadian history. The problem is, that's what we're looking for. Okay, what about the Esso signs you got?
No.
What about the Hudson sign? 1930s, beautiful sign. A lot of people would love to have that sign.
No. I have a Hudson right there. That's a 1946 truck. Very uncommon.
I'm kind of thinking that a couple of pickers should be driving around in a vehicle like that someday.
So if somebody came to you with a pocket full of money and said, I'd like to buy it, what would it take to get it out of you?
Probably a considerable amount. I'm going to say in the range of $50,000.
Ain't gonna happen.
And I bet you they'd get the sign for free if they did that, right? But I'm not sure he'd sell it for that if I pulled 50,000 out. Is any of that stuff up there for sale? You got an old Mobil Oil gargoyle.
Yeah, oil dispenser up there.
It would have sat between the gas pumps, would have been filled with glass bottles with oil in it. Great item, other than the fact that it was absolutely beat. I thought this was the bad side, but that's the bad side. So what do you want for this thing? I mean, it's in rough shape, right?
Oh my God, I got married in less time.
Well, what do you think it would be worth if it was perfect?
$400.
I think he was light at $400 on it, but that wasn't in real good condition. So, beat, what do you think it's worth? 40 bucks?
I paid more than that for it.
What'd you pay for it?
I paid 75 for it.
So what's your bottom line on that?
100 bucks.
$100 I thought was a bit steep. We'll just leave this and then maybe we'll come back to it. I grabbed something that looked to me like a churn of some kind. But what drew me to it was green, real pretty. This looks like a little air vent there, see? It had a bunch of wheels inside of it that is typical of what a butter churn is.
What does it say on it?
It doesn't say. It says Frank Churn, so it's probably American.
September of 1871.
Yeah. And what we'll probably end up doing it if we get it is we'll take that right off, take the guts out, and somebody will use it as a platter. I'm not sure about these bottom legs. Are you, Sheldon?
Yeah, they're right.
They're right? Okay. Yeah. So what do you think? What would make you happy?
175 bucks.
You're a little higher than I wanted to be. Sheldon and I are having trouble buying anything here. This is a really nice item that's up both our alleys. We both love it. We're taking that home. It's just a question of what we're paying for it. You're firm at 175. Yeah. Let's just have a break and talk about this, okay?
Okay.
George, why don't you sit down? I called Sheldon aside because when you're talking a number like that, I want to make sure he likes it as much as I do. I think what we should do is let's just shake on the 175 because I think he's going to change his mind if we don't do it quickly.
Yeah.
And then maybe that'll help us in the other room.
And I think we got to keep this ball rolling.
Okay. We're going to take a chance on it, George. 175.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we're back in the game.
You said you got another shed right now over here? Why don't we take a look there and see what we can do? Holy cow. There's some good stuff back here. George, here's something I'd love to have because I got a thing about French stuff.
Yeah, you don't see an oil can in French very commonly around here, especially in Arco.
What would be a fair price for you to sell that to me for?
In French, I think it must be worth 75 bucks.
Would you sell it for 75? Because I think I'm in a buying mood.
Yeah, no, I don't think I want to sell it.
Okay. I know these things are near and dear to your heart, just like they're near and dear to me. I'm just going to point to a couple of them, and you can say yay or nay.
Okay.
Okay? The Flying Antifreeze.
No, not for sale.
Of course, I got to ask about the Red Indian.
No, the only one I got.
Okay. You got a couple of old Marvelube tins.
Yeah, those are handmade ones. They're not for sale because they're a neat display and they fit with my automotive collection, so to speak.
Now, you got a few of these old Irving oil cans.
What would you give me for that?
What would you want for it?
The pair of them for 20 bucks.
You know what? I'm not going to argue with you on that. That's a deal. And I could see that the grease would come off and they're actually in pretty good shape underneath.
Scott is very energetic. I wish I had him around for a couple weeks to help me. I'd keep him busy.
Just for interest's sake, would you part with that?
Yeah, sure.
30 pounds of cod. Very typical of the Maritimes. Not bad graphics.
Wouldn't that be good to have?
Yeah. What would you need?
25 bucks. Sheldon plays his cards closer to his chest, I think.
Would you say 20?
Sure.
Done.
George, you've got a door push.
Yeah, I'm not for sale.
And you got a Goodyear sign in here, too.
Yeah, I don't want to sell it, sorry.
You got a Farmer's Ice Cream sign.
Yeah, not for sale, thanks.
The gargoyle sign.
Not for sale.
They got a purchase sign.
No, I don't think I'll sell it.
It's not even a question of price. It's just not for sale. I can deal with the price. I can't deal with it's not for sale. Well, you're getting a sense of what I like. Is there anything that you think I would like that you're willing to part with?
I should sell you this, and you could put it around your neck.
So that you'll know I'm coming?
Be able to keep track of where you're at. Try it on, it'll be just right.
There's just one more thing.
What's that?
I'm gonna shake your hand at $100 on the gargoyle thing in the back. I thought this was the bad side, but that's the bad side.
100 bucks.
That's what you wanted for it, that's what you're getting for it.
Is there anything in the house we should look at?
It's a sampler. It's got the date, 1837. It's got who made it on the other side. A sampler is an old piece of textile that was generally done by young girls to show their proficiency in sewing. It would have been sort of part of her education.
That's right.
To make this sampler.
She was 12 years old when she did that in 1837.
And that was the little girl that lived in this home?
That lived in this house.
It's one I'd be very happy to have in my collection. You know, that to me, I don't know, Sheldon, $1,000, $1,500 sampler. That's a good thing.
Hard to find a good Canadiana piece like that. Very valuable. That's the best sampler that anybody in Canada has seen for a long time.
George, I know this is likely not for sale, but I gotta ask.
It's not for sale. It's a very close piece to this family in this house.
Hanging in the same spot?
It's been in that same spot since this wallpaper was put on this room.
Hey, that looks like fun.
It's an old Emerson TV.
But he did have this goofy old TV case. The guts were long gone, but the case was kind of fun.
It's the Howdy Doody show.
Is that something that you'd part with?
Yeah, I could see that going away.
What would you want for that?
30 bucks.
Let's go for it, George. Sold. Just because Scott looks so good on TV.
Somebody will use that as like a little showcase or something. It's a pretty green thing, and it'll clean up really good. The nice thing about that oil dispenser is the graphic on it of the gargoyle. We bought a few things.
And we left you some really cool things.
Yeah. Maybe you'll be by again.
Well, you take care of yourself, okay?
Thank you, guys.
And we'll see you again.
All right.
Well, we didn't fill the van up today. We did establish a relationship. And if George wants to sell something, we're pretty comfortable he'll be calling us. But it was nice to get something good, and that Churn is something good.
We're heading up to the Northumberland shores of Nova Scotia, and we're off to Pugwash. Love that name. Apparently it's Mi'kmaq, means shallow water.
I'm not worried about the rain, because I got my lucky hat on today.
You got the Dorfman on.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've got Pugwash has a population of about 1,000 people, an old village, very picturesque. This is definitely lobster fishing territory.
Look at this guy on the right.
Yeah.
He's got fish nets. Now watch. He's
Oh, that's
gonna...
a barge.
Yeah, we've got a lead on Pick. We're going to see Victor. I think Victor's been collecting automobiles, gas pumps. Eclectic is the way he described what he's selling.
Well, that can be good. I think
this is looking like a likely spot right here.
This is it. Oh, there's a gas pump. Look at that.
Yeah. Classic
I think
cars.
that's some old cars, yeah.
You'd be Victor. I'm Sheldon. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Victor, how are you?
That's
Scott Cousins.
Scott.
Nice to meet you. That's
What a
hilarious.
great shop you have here.
So how long you been doing this? Restoring vehicles?
I bought that 31 Chev, 1958. The deal was made for $25 and I brought it home.
He used to teach auto body to hearing impaired children. He knows his stuff and he had some good things to show us.
I've come to an age where I got to start downsizing.
I noticed you've got some nice signs on the outside.
Decorates it up a little bit. Even the wife likes it, you know?
I like this one right here.
I assume from what you're telling me that if your wife likes it, that the stuff on the outside's not for sale?
Well, no, that's what she told me the other day. I'm just on this shit here, that's all.
Hey, Victor, that gas pump you got, the visible?
Yeah.
Is that an original?
That's an original top.
You don't see those that often anymore.
I've been offered quite a little bit for it, but I haven't really.
So what have you been offered?
$5 grand.
Wow.
And I said no.
I just don't get it.
Would the sleigh be for sale?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know we just got here, but what would you want for something like that?
You're doing the buying.
Yeah, but you're doing we can't be buyer and seller both. You're the seller. What do you want for it?
The sled is probably between the two world wars. It's been well used. That's just character as far as I'm concerned.
$40.
How about 30 and we strike the first deal of the day?
How about 35?
How about 35?
You're a good man.
All right. Well, we cracked the ice.
Good man.
Yeah, where do we go from here, Victor?
Can I just sort of snoop around?
You go right ahead.
I love when we break the ice quickly. Chances are, if we see some things we like, we're going to be able to do business.
Yeah, it's still got the grease in it. It's not in the greatest condition I've ever seen, but it is a white rose tin.
It is a white rose tin.
So what would you want for something like that?
$30.
Yeah, I think that's about retail on it.
Is it?
Yeah, that's about what I would sell it
I
for.
heard it was 40 retail, but
Inflation in the East Coast.
East Coast.
Well, let's see if we can put a pile of stuff together, and
Okay.
I may come back to that little one.
Okay.
You got a little inventory here, it looks like, Vic.
Yikes!
Last guy came through here, he's buried under something, right?
It could be.
Yeah, as I walk up the stairs, I see that he's just chock-a-block full, mostly car stuff. But it's sort of interesting. Nice old wood wheel with a suicide.
No, that's not for suicide, sir.
What is it?
That's what they call a steering wheel for you to get in an old car. It's called a fat man steering wheel.
So you've taken to insulting me this early in the game.
That's going probably on my Hudson over there.
Yeah, so I know it's not for sale, so we won't belabor the point.
Guys that work on automobiles, they're serious acquirers. Very few of them will actually let go. There's always that, I maybe could use this, or my buddy down the road could use this.
The diesel oil can, is that filled with stuff?
No.
Is it empty?
It's empty.
What would you want for that?
25.
Can you pull that out of there, Sheldon?
You bet.
Can you take a look at it? And you don't see Irving out in Alberta. That's the only reason it has any interest to me, is because it's Irving, which is East Coast. They're probably the biggest oil and gas company in the Maritimes. They've been around for decades and decades. It's like a father-to-son deal. That stuff can be highly collectible. 20 bucks?
25, I think.
I know. 20 bucks?
25.
20
It's
bucks?
good shape, man.
Hey, Victor,
Hard man.
you gotta be the little give, a little take, a little give
I
back.
gave him 5 down below.
Yeah, so you're gonna give me 5 here? 20 bucks?
Good man.
Okay.
You're hard, you're hard.
I'm trying to make money here, buddy.
I know you are.
He is hard, but he's fair. Hey, Scott, Victor knew we were coming.
Yes, 2 for you.
Little known fact, this country was settled because of these hats.
People.
The Shorn
And they are
beaver.
the beaver hat,
Yeah,
too.
and these
Yeah.
are beaver.
Yeah.
Hudson's Bay Company, they needed pelts, and that's what they needed them for, was for hats in London.
I can't believe you made me put it on. Oh, yeah, I see you got the one without the mouse droppings in it.
And I guessed right and chose the right one, too. Master Cousins, I presume. I didn't look beforehand. Yeah. But I don't think we need hats. We got hats.
I don't need those hats.
We got hats.
There's an oiler up there for a train.
Does it say CP or CN?
I don't know what it says.
I'm just hoping I can get up there without killing anybody. And I could see from looking at it, it was pretty old. K's Leeds, so it's English.
Oh, is it?
But it is sort of fun. It's a cool little thing. What would you want for that?
45.
You got your name, like, where do you get these prices from?
People have asked me before.
Hey, Scotty, I don't think we're the first pickers to be here.
I think he's been dealing before. Are you negotiable at all on this?
What did I say?
You said 45.
I was sure you said 25.
I'll come down 5, sure.
5's not very much.
Scott and I are having some fun. Victor was too, for that matter, and he enjoyed showing off his wares.
See, I would have offered you 30 for it.
Did you say 35? Did I hear 35? 35?
Okay, we can do 35.
There you are. Good man. I might have put an extra $5 or $10 on each item so that I knew they were going to make me down, maybe.
Sheldon, I think we've seen what we can see here. I think we should head down to one of the other sheds.
Take you for a drive in the oldie.
All right. Yeah. Bonnie and Clyde, here we come. Victor's prized possession was his Chevy, and Victor and his wife had just driven across the country in a vintage automobile. Just an amazing story. Yeah, I love it.
That'll be $5.
That is a beauty. That's
Oh,
a thing of beauty, that.
It is, yeah. That cost me $400.
I'm sure it did.
What are you working on here?
That's a 55 Lincoln from California. No rust.
This will be gorgeous.
There's your 4-man box.
I see. Is it painted on the
I
upside?
couldn't tell you.
What would you want for it before I start
Well, it's,
crawling up
the other
there?
one was 2-man, so this 4-man, that's double, isn't it?
Oh yeah, same paint job. This one was a little longer. You could get the whole family on it.
This one's been cobbled a bit at the front. They had to put this on so they could keep it together.
Victor, I think this one to me is worth 40 bucks.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Something odd about that sign. It's usually green and orange, right?
There's 2 different colors. I have the other green and orange down below.
The BA sign is a British American oil company. One of the reasons advertising is so highly desirable is because it was never meant to be a collectible. That would have been on the side of an old gas station.
Yeah.
So they hung out on the outside of buildings. They were exposed to the weather. They were exposed to kids shooting them. So to get a good sign in good condition is a tough thing to do. What would you want for something like that?
Oh, 500.
Well, you know your retail prices,
I was
Victor.
going to say, Scott, down to the other shop.
Okay.
I'll let you lead the way. Oh yeah, here we go.
I see you got some more signs in here, Victor.
2 more, yeah.
What's your pricing like on these signs?
They're about the same as the one up above. They're getting hard to find. And
Brake battery kit. I'd spotted an old battery servicing case at the gas station. The attendant would have carried that out to your car, tested your battery, put the water in and everything else.
that's a gem.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a gem.
There's not a thing wrong
But
with it.
it's in good shape, I'll give it that. To me, it would be a gem if it said on the side of it, Red Indian Oil.
I know that, yeah.
20 bucks?
Oh,
Well,
30.
If I'm going to sell it for 40
I
to
know.
50, I can't pay 30, okay?
I know, you can't.
Remember when I said you owe me one?
How much did you say, 25?
20, I said.
25, I thought you had.
25.
How about some oil cans? Look at that.
Unfortunately, it's an antifreeze tin and not an oil and gas tin, right? I have to say that's a nice decal, at
It
least.
is.
So what would you like for that?
15. That's a good.
Here, Scott.
It's an average one.
Listen.
Throw down the gauntlet and say 15.
Okay, here, 15.
Thank you,
Got
sir.
it.
Thank you very much.
Is there anywhere else?
Was that bus over there, but you...
What's in the bus?
There's an old Barbie doll car in there, maybe a little one, a plastic one or something. I don't know.
Yikes! Oh my goodness. I saw the refuse of 100 junkyards inside that bus. Holy smoke!
Watch yourself, Scott.
Whoa!
And that bus was pungent.
Old country golden hymns. Do you know what? Did he fill this up, back it in here, and leave it here? How did he get in there?
When was the last time you had a tetanus shot?
Yeah, exactly. Tonight. Okay, I'm out of here.
Have you been deep?
I've been deep, and it ain't pretty.
What's Victor thinking?
You know what? I don't know what's sicker. The fact that he has a Barbie doll car in here, or that he knows it's in here.
It was kind of a retirement plan project.
The project should be clearing that stuff out. Like, have you thought of psychotherapy?
No, not really.
No?
No.
Well, I think I got out of here pants intact. I'm not sure about anything else. Hey, I actually see something here that's sort of interesting.
No, he's found a treasure, I think.
Yeah, you got a couple bicycles in here. This one's a Murray.
Murray, yes.
They were more famous for making pedal cars than for bicycles.
Yeah, I think that's the only one they made. It's pretty rare. $75, sir.
I thought, you know what? It could be worth that. I want to get it down and see what kind of condition it is in.
It's just that last little bit of handlebar, guys.
Hold on.
There. We just knocked $10 off the price, Victor. What a shame, all the rust, because that's got some style to it.
This was sitting outside for a long time before you put it in the shed.
Yeah, but I couldn't resist it.
I know what you're saying. I mean, it's got great lines. It's got that 60s space age design to it. This is supposed to be pretending to be a gas tank.
Yep.
It's got the great pullback handlebars. I think it's probably a rare bike.
Yep.
It's just beat. One-time offer. Don't care if you say no, $40. Okay, well, at least you got it out for the next guy that comes
so
along.
I want to bring it over here then.
You know, there's just no money in it for us, right?
Okay.
If that wasn't rusty.
That's not rust. I think it's just like mildew on it, isn't it?
Jay, got a cloth with some oil in it? Well, there is some rust there for sure. If you put a lot of effort in that, I think you could bring some color back with oil. What is the best you would do on it?
I told you, what, 75?
Yeah.
Well, I'll drop down to 60. That's
60, and you help Scott load it into the truck.
Into the
All
truck.
right.
We got a deal at 60.
I enjoyed them, really enjoyed them.
Yeah, let me put this in first, though, because we've only got so much room.
In Nova Scotia, I seem to be running across all sorts of winter sports.
Nice visual, and we don't have them out west, so somebody's going to want to throw that in their collection. With a good oiling, that bike might actually look not bad. I wish I could have bought some more stuff off you, but you like it as much as I do.
Maybe the next time.
Maybe the next time.
You folks have a good journey, and I hope you enjoyed Nova Scotia.
Love it.
Okay.
And safe travels in those little cars.
We enjoy them.
I've never met a car collector I don't like. They're people. Victor was one of those as well. Thanks a lot.
See you now.
See you later.
Happy trails.
Hard guy to buy from, but he's a good guy.
Those photos that you sent to the appraiser, he must have had a chance to look at them by now.
He should be able to give us an idea.
I've seen a lot of butter churns in the last little while in Nova Scotia. That one we got was exceptional.
It's got a good look to it.
Its stenciling just puts it visually far and above any other butter churn I've seen for a long time. What about just pulling in here and giving them a call?
I called one of my buddies back in Calgary to see if he could help us out. He gave me the name of a person he knows in Amherst. Oh, is that you, Don?
Yes, it is.
You get those photos?
Yes, I got your photos.
Have you ever seen one with stenciling like that?
Yes, a long time ago. You don't see them very often, but once in a while.
175 bucks.
That churn has a value of about $2,500.
Thanks for taking the time for us.
No problem.
Wow.
I feel good about that.
That's a lot more than I thought. Do I have to pay for it first, or can I eat it first? Perfect. Mmm. We meet great people everywhere, but the people here, it's just like being home, isn't it?
And the history.
That butter churn is about 135 years older than Alberta. I hardly wait to come back.
But in the meantime, go west, young pickers.
Now, I'm not sure I'd want my house backing onto a cemetery. What about you?
Nice and quiet.
That's right. Speaking of quiet, how were those neighbors last night in your room?
Oh, 4:30 a.m. It's getting to be a habit. Except it's not the same people.
Oh, gosh, that's funny.
Glad you're getting a kick out of that.